Defense made a motion for a mistrial. Prosecutor was up to some fuckery. Potentially damaging evidence, no basis for it. The judge specifically said, do not ask that question. Do not use that as evidence. She walked right down the path and asked the question. It may be over on Tuesday morning. Batman Bruce Wayne bitch snitch. Gerald Brooks, your constitution does not apply to me because I'm a sovereign citizen, a traveler on the land. I'm the Moorish Empire or whatever, bitch snitch. Because they're so fucking absurd. If you want to be a sovereign citizen, just do yourself a favor first. Go to YouTube here and just get every sovereign citizen that's ever been before. Find me one that won. God dang, you're right. Don't go down this. It's not the path. Don't have time for stupidity. Some clever dick on the internet didn't find the great loophole in all of the world's law. Bitch snitch. God dang, you're right. God dang, you're right. Traveler on the land. Moorish Empire, traveler on the land, bitch snitch, Moorish Empire, God dang, you're right, traveler on the land, bitch snitch, the late evening U.S. people.
What do you got?
I think I can prove to a judge that both of these men had the mens rea.
What the hell is a mens rea?
It's a legal term the lawyers use. It just means the intention to commit a crime.
Okay, come on, let's go.
Mens rea?
Put the cuffs on him.
How could we have gotten mens rea? We take blood? Can you do it without taking blood? We both use condoms. How is this possible? I want to see a doctor. Can I have an independent blood test?
Money!
I feel sick.
What are you doing?
Mens rea! Oh! Oh! My God! No!
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody. Whoever you are, wherever you are, whatever you're doing, whoever you're doing it with, etc. Hey, I'm just glad you're here. Something happened today? Wow. Right. So why am I doing this today? Why I'm doing this is if you're on the replay crew, this is the day that there was an assassination attempt on President Trump. The news cycle has just been repeating for hours now. So I didn't think there's any need to change. Nothing new is going to be coming out for a very, very long time. Things have been talked about extensively. Assassination attempt. The shooter was taken out. Another person has died, and that's really all we know. And that's about all we're going to know for a while. So we're gonna press ahead with the topic at hand, and our first guest here is Sean. Are you here, Sean? He said be right back. So well, he'll be here when he gets back. I didn't know if he was back just yet, but Sean will join us as soon as he gets behind the microphone. He was providing some top-notch coverage, and most of you came here from Sean, I understand. Danny on direct, she may be joining us later. We will have to see. Those are the two guests that I had scheduled for today, but the situation's a little fluid. But here we are, and dang, it's been a minute here. It's been kind of a crazy week. We've got what just happened this morning. We've got like 3 deaths in a row: Shelley Duvall, Dr. Ruth Westheimer, Richard Simmons, the kid from Alf. Like four celebrity deaths in just in like 2 days, space of 2 or 3 days. We've got this going on. But what I wanted to do today is now that we're somewhat removed from the dismissal with prejudice, meaning Baldwin walked and will never be retried for this case. It'll be, it's done deal. It was shocking when it happened, but now we're removed from it. Now I want to go back and watch the last couple of hours, watch the last couple of witnesses, and sort of talk about it, having reflected on it for an hour or so. But thank you so much for everybody being here. We got 412 people here, 76 likes so far. That means like 350 of you haven't done your job. Get down there and hit that like button, people, because we're just getting started. And let's see, that's kind of it. We don't have a lot of background stuff. We don't have a like and subscribe poll up today because, frankly, I couldn't be bothered. Just remember, we'll remind you a little bit more than normal to hit the like button and the subscribe button. If you haven't already done so, please do so. And if you have hit the subscribe button, please double check to make sure you are, because I'm going through a time of YouTube struggle where they just say, oh, you don't need these many subscribers. We're just going to unilaterally take them away. So we're in the time of struggles, and it's a real struggle. But here we go. No, Hubbleson, they did not shoot Richard Simmons. Oh no. All right. Yeah, man. Let's see. We're going to bring up the screen here. And let's see, we'll embiggen that. I'm picking this up after Seth Kenney's testimony. And just to give you a little bit of a refresher, because there is so much misinformation and misstatements and frankly strange opinions on both sides of the Alec Baldwin incident, that I just want to break it down into the most basic of forms, which is the defense asked, and they shouldn't even have to ask. The prosecution has an affirmative duty to disclose and provide the defense with any and all information related to the case, specifically the information that is exculpatory or that would tend to prove that the defendant didn't do this. That they specifically have to do that. And so the defense asked, they said we want to see every round of ammunition that had anything to do with the Rust case. However, there was some ammunition that was brought in towards the end of the Hannah Gutierrez Reed trial. Apparently, it was during the trial because they weren't available. The prosecutor wasn't available at that time. The lead investigator, she wasn't available at the time, but they brought in this evidence. A random person associated with Thel Reed brings in a bunch of ammunition and says that this was from the Rust case. Well, rather than turning it over to the defense, as they should have, the police, in cooperation with the prosecutor, apparently put this ammunition and a report related to the ammunition under a different case number. They didn't put it in the main Rust case file with their main Rust case number. They put it in a separate new case number, and it died there. The guy wasn't interviewed. The Hannah Gutierrez Reed's defense lawyer apparently knew about it, but this is a different case. That you can't say this defense team didn't want it, so your defense team doesn't get it. That's not how that works. They're two totally separate cases. So the guy was never interviewed. Hannah Gutierrez Reed, defense lawyer, didn't want it for whatever reason, and it sat there. And the report and the bullet sat under a different case number where it was essentially buried and not turned over to the defense. Well, as you might understand, the defense sort of thought that was a bit unfair, and they made a motion to dismiss. And that brings us to where we are, and how it came out was the crime scene technician, the one that sort of vaguely looks a little bit like Philip Seymour Hoffman. It was just under testimony. So did you turn this over? No, it wasn't asked. It was under a different no. And he said, well, time out. Wait a minute. We didn't see this. We didn't get this. And they made a motion to dismiss. and that caused chaos in the courtroom. But eventually, yeah, exactly, buried under a different case number. And so they brought in a bunch of people to testify. The first person they brought in was Seth Kenny, and you got straw. Both dogs are chewing on bones here at my feet, so it'll be a little extra chewy noisy here going on. So all that clanking, clattering, and stuff you hear, that's the dogs both chewing on bones next to me. Sorry about that. But the first witness they called was Seth Kenny, and Seth Kenny. Even from the earliest police interview stages, I've always said that Seth Kenny's a bit squirrely. Seth Kenny is in it for Seth Kenny, and he was the main munitions and he was the main supplier for the blanks and the dummies and all this other stuff. And basically, Seth Kenny's testimony was, I did nothing wrong. They're not mine. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm a great guy. I do all this cool stuff, and I have excuses for everything. And what wasn't me. Why are you talking to me? I thought he was fudging a bit on a lot of the facts. But there we are. Sean, are we here yet? We're not here yet. All right. So we'll go ahead and we'll move forward with this, and Sean can pipe in when he arrives. So yeah, all right. So now we're picking it up with the next witness. Where are we at here? Let's embiggen this again. And before we get into that, we got a couple of comments here. Stephen Cooper, member for 13 months, says, did anything happen today? Yes, we lost Richard Simmons. We lost sex therapist Dr. Ruth Westheimer, who was actually the only person that ever taught me about sex when I was young, because my parents, somehow we got here, but apparently they never had sex. But anyway, that's beside the point. And of course, the obvious one. And Blue Vara with the $5. Thank you very much. About time you woke up sleepyhead. You missing the good stuff. No, I've been awake. Just watching other people do it. I got nothing to add. May as well watch the other people that are already talking about it. That's why I sort of didn't do anything. Just kind of waiting for this. Member for 11 months, Aaron says, I like fireworks. Well, cool. We got some fireworks in the courtroom. Thank you so much for being a supporter for 11 months, Aaron. And future Mrs. Martin, Sean got a call. He'll be there shortly. Well, Sean obviously thinks that call is more important than me. Again, to quote Zaphod Beeblebrox, if there's anything more important than my ego on board this ship, I want it caught and shot now. Well, okay. Bad timing with those jokes, huh? Yes, we lost Richard Simmons. In the nick of time, we did. Yeah, President Trump is calling Sean, and today is Patrick Stewart's birthday. Oh, well, that's good, because we've determined how many lights are in the courtroom. And if you're wondering how many lights are in the courtroom,
there are 4 lights.
All right, enough of that nonsense. Let's get on to the testimony here, because it's about 2 hours, and we'll watch it again through the eyes of time.
You swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
This is the lead investigator, Detective Duck Lips, as Sean is wont to call her.
Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
For good reason, I might add.
Corporal.
Mind you, from this point forward, from this point on, the prosecution is in a fight for their life. There's been a motion to dismiss, and it ain't good when you fail to disclose evidence. And she knows this, and she is in a fight for her case's life.
On November 1st of 2021, did you have a meeting with Seth Kenny?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of that meeting?
I don't know the entirety of the purpose of it, but I think it was something to do with ammunition for Rust.
And were you provided, or did Mr. Kenny share with you a photograph of ammunition?
Yes.
And do you recall the photograph?
No, I don't.
Oh, Mirage 337. This is the question, and this is actually the main reason why we're going over this again. Can anyone explain why this evidence is material to the case? The point is, we don't know if it was or not. That's the problem. The defense wasn't allowed access to it. They weren't given it. They didn't have the opportunity to look at it and see if it is in any way related to the case. That's the problem. The only thing we have is the statements of basically the statements of the prosecutor saying it doesn't have anything to do with it. Hey, Flux, welcome. That's basically all we have. You know, they say that it wasn't related to, but how do we know? They weren't allowed to look at it. That's the problem. Where the bullets came from doesn't matter to the charge, but it might matter to the defense. Let's say it came from Thel Reed. Let's say it did come from Hannah Gutierrez. Let's say that they went, and we just don't know. We don't. That's the problem. They weren't given access to it. But we'll talk about that later as we go on, because we don't want to keep making this point again and again and stopping it.
Would you recognize it if I showed it to you?
I might.
We'll bump this up to 1.25 speed. It makes no difference.
Does that look familiar?
Not entirely, no.
Okay, let me show you something else. Would it refresh your memory if you saw the text exchange between Mr. Kinney and Mr. Teskey?
Yes.
Can you see that? Do you want me? I'm going to enlarge it. Do you see the date?
I do.
I'm going to go down so you can see the rest of it. Do you see the rest of it?
Yes, I do.
Is that the photograph of the ammunition that was shared with you by Mr. Kinney that came from Mr. Teskey on November 1st?
I remember this conversation between the two of them.
Okay, explain it to us then. And I'm sorry, I'm showing you for the record, States Exhibit 1 for the motion hearing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, tell us about the conversation.
Yes.
Tell us about this meeting. What happens?
So this was a conversation with
Whichever
Troy and
idiot
Seth,
filed it away. You're looking at the
and
two idiots that filed it
an
away.
exchange of where
These are the two
rounds
idiots that
Troy
filed
may
it
have
away.
had that could have been in relation to Rust. Right? Yeah.
So did you see this photograph on that day?
Yes.
And were you able from the photograph to determine whether or not these rounds were similar to the rounds found on the set of Rust?
These would not have been similar to what we had found on Rust.
Okay. And from this vantage point, how can you see that?
So some of them, well, a lot of them have an actual head stamp of companies or manufacturers such as Winchester, VHA. I think the other one says CBC. It's a little hard to see with the shadowing in the picture. The only one out of these that would have been somewhat similar to what we had found on Rust is the third one from the left, which shows the Starline brass logo and it says 45 Colt. However, a distinguishable difference in this round and what we had found on Rust would have been the color of the primer. They're different colors.
Okay. If you recall, did you yourself ever have a conversation with Mr. Teskey?
Not where it was just me and him, but I have had a conversation.
Mr. Teskey is the one that brought the ammunition into the police station.
With him in the conversation.
So let me ask you this. After you were provided this information, the photograph and the information about the rounds, what was your understanding of where those rounds were located?
In Arizona.
And
hi, Jeff.
Hey, what's up, John? How you doing?
Sorry, just get back from Butler. It was a little bit of a drive.
Yeah. Whew. You hurried back, did you? That's good. Sean is now man on the run. Didn't get a part in your hair. That's a good thing. No part in the hair.
So, which part are we at right now? Sorry.
We've just started Detective Ducklips's testimony here in the motion to dismiss.
Yeah, this is where when I got home, this is where it all started.
Oh, so you saw this live? You didn't watch it because I know you were missing there for.
I missed the judge inspecting the rounds and doing all that. Although now that I've watched that part, so you watched that already, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the moment she does all that and she says the jury's going home today, if I would have seen that, then I would have said, "Yep, game's over."
That's always going to get interesting. And as I just said, right now, in retrospect, looking at this is clearly a woman that's in a fight for her case's life, a desperate fight for her case's life.
But anyways, I didn't mean to interrupt, Jeff. Sorry.
No. Okay. That's what we're here for. And like I said, we were all. It was pretty funny because there was Megan Fox was on with me when we were watching this, and then afterwards we sort of went around and watched everybody, and then I watched yours later, and literally every single lawyer that I watched that covered this, the one word was wow. Everybody just kept repeating, wow.
This is ridiculous. Wow. This is ridiculous.
And as I said, I have never, ever seen anything like this ever. Stopping the case in the middle of the prosecution's case to make a motion to dismiss, and then putting the prosecutor herself on the stand.
Yeah. And normally you're like, okay, I've screamed and cried and thrown a tantrum and said, judge mistrial. And judge says, I hear you, but we're not going to do that. And then your guy gets convicted and you go to the Court of Appeals. The Court of Appeals says, yeah, we don't really care. So the fact this happened at all is amazing.
Yeah.
Because I've seen worse shit before and the judge lets it go. So,
and let's say there's someone with a take out there that says this was irrelevant to the case, which I mean, we'll talk about that particular idea a little bit later. But let's say there's an analyst out there that would say this is completely unrelated to it. It shouldn't have been the motion to dismiss shouldn't have been
too
granted.
drastic.
It was it's an error of law, and therefore it should be appealable.
I mean, it's appealable. Sure, Carrie can appeal it. She has the right to appeal a dismissal with prejudice. She has the right to appeal a directed verdict. But the court is going to look at the record, and she laid out the record. She laid out all the factors. And this idea of ammunition that looks like dummies wandering around, there's more ammo fuckery going on. How do we know that wasn't going to be relevant? I don't know. But Alec Baldwin has the right to decide whether or not he gets it. The police don't get to decide to say, this is relevant evidence, this is irrelevant evidence. You give them, like when I was a prosecutor, I gave everything. Here's a pile of paper. Here's a pile of information. You make a defense out of it and knock yourself out. I never wanted to be accused of ever hiding shit.
Right. And that's largely I'm disgusted that this happened. We should all be disgusted this happened.
This is as disgusting as going on in the Young Thug trial. And this is a one-man band making it disgusting. So that really shows you how bad it is.
So the people that are angry at the outcome,
if you're angry at the outcome, that's like yelling at the linebacker for sacking the quarterback. You don't get mad at the linebacker for doing his job. Go get mad at the lineman for not protecting the quarterback.
Yeah, I mean, you should be angry that this was dismissed with prejudice, not for the reason it was dismissed with prejudice. You should be angry that the prosecution fucked this up so badly that their case had to be thrown out. But in throwing that out on a quote technicality, in which you're doing something that I like to call preserving your Fifth and Sixth Amendment rights.
Yes,
I wouldn't.
That technicality is the Bill of Rights. It's a pretty big technicality.
Yeah.
And Boosh up here says real quick, because this dopey detective, it wasn't just this. Carrie had fucked around with so many things prior to trial. The judge was done with her. This is why you don't piss off a judge, because eventually you're going to need them. And now you're fucked.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm trying not. I don't want to swear and get you.
I already beat you to it.
Okay,
by a long shot.
Okay, good. But when you like the reports from the Lucian Hague and the other guy, the two Hague reports.
Yeah.
Well, and now it turns out Hannah never got those. And then there's evidence of ammunition where you heard her, Dumpy McDumperson, the fucking CSI tech. She's like, well, yeah, they do kind of look similar now. And then Carrie goes to her, yeah, they do look kind of similar. Oopsie poopsie. It's like, she's like, I checked them. I know they're not. It's like,
and when the judge
I know they're not. I checked them, but I know they're not. I checked them.
The judge repeatedly looking at them at the lunch break going, hey, defense Spyro, are you going to want to see these? Because these all look really similar, and I don't want him to get mixed up if we put them in the same bag. Are you? That's when you go, all right, the judge is saying they look really similar. He's like, are you sure you want me to put these away? Do you really want me to put these in the same bag? Because I ain't taking them out once they go in.
Yeah. But and that's the thing. She did that. And you notice the judge, she immediately went into reading all the factors out. She had already done her research well in advance. So after they took that break, she was writing up her dismissal justification.
That extended break was just to give her time.
Guys, by the time I got home, the cake was already baked. It was already in the oven.
And got 4 comments I want to get through here before we jump back into this here. Well, 3, I guess. And again, hey, John is my emoji guy. He's the one that's responsible for all the emojis. What's up, John?
Yeah.
But are they expected to put everything into evidence? For example, do they need to put Alec Baldwin's hand cream that he was using at the time into evidence? Some things are just not relevant. Correct. But if giving to the defense and putting into evidence are completely different animals. If the
telling the defense about it is very important.
Yeah, if someone gives the prosecution a vial or a tube of lotion and says this was Alec Baldwin's lotion on the set of Rust, you go, oh, okay, hey, defense, here's the lotion that was on the set that Alec Baldwin was using. Because you get it, it's a handoff. Whatever comes into your hand is required. They don't even have to ask for it. If they ask for it and you don't give it, that makes it even worse.
And they ask for everything.
Yeah. And so that's you give them the hand cream, and the defense gets to decide whether they want to put in irrelevant hand cream or not. And Rob Pierce says, stop believing the state. The defense has the right to examine all evidence. Exactly. It's the defense that gets to determine whether.
And Tamer Spoon bringing up a point saying the FBI determined those rounds didn't come from that batch. Says Carrie. Those rounds had nothing to do with it. How we didn't get the evidence text yet? We have no knowledge of where those came from, where they were. We know some jackoff named Troy Teskey had them. That's all we know. And Jason Bowles, that would have probably been enough to get Hannah fucking acquitted or hung jury. And it's funny, Hannah Reed's attorney was like, nah, I don't need that. And it's funny, Hannah Reed's attorney kind of helped cause Alec Baldwin's dismissal. Yeah. So he did get a win. He got a dub for Alec, but he wrongly. So, but the idea is, how do we know? We don't have no idea. I'm not trusting the Subaru driving CSI tech, Miss Popple. Well, why would I trust her? These guys couldn't fucking document evidence.
Yeah, well, and
I'm not trusting them. I don't make it a habit of trusting them if I can put my hands on it.
It's
I'm not mad at you, Tamer. I'm just saying.
We're mad at
this idea of they said, who said?
Yeah.
Carrie telling you that Carrie's not fucking credible. You can't trust Carrie's ass.
Why
Tamer
should
says the
you?
reason he called them the trials because the FBI debunked it. Really? According to who?
What?
And also, if all those dummy rounds look like live rounds, then how many rounds at Seth Kenny's office were live? Because now we're finding live rounds that look like dummy rounds. Well, they only sampled a handful.
Yeah.
So what's what? And they didn't? Did they sample all the dummy rounds on set? No.
In Mirage 337, Baldwin pointed the gun, knew better, pulled the trigger, shot Helena. Where the live bullet came from doesn't matter. Let me paint you a scenario where it does. I mean, it's a ludicrous deal,
it could be,
but it can't be ruled out. Let's say Baldwin brought those rounds onto the set. Let's say Baldwin was the source of the ammo. I know that sounds crazy and it's unreasonable, it's ridiculous, but you cannot rule it out with 100%. Let's say someone that Alec knew brought them onto the set. We just don't know because they never got to look at it.
And here's the other thing. Here's the bigger point. I don't know how I would have used that. But you don't get to deny Alec Baldwin the right to present a defense. And that's what that was. The right to evaluate evidence and figure out, can I use this to win? Because maybe they could have come up with a way to win. I don't know. But now it's too late for anybody to figure that out. And it was easy. Just tell them they have it. But for some reason, no, we have to put this as a separate number. The boobery. Like I said, this whole case is a circus of morons. And it's morons on the state side now that have their own ring in the circus.
Right.
Led by
And-
Carrie. And then you got Detective Derp Lips going, and then you got the CSI tech, probably goes home and like chewing on bullets. You know, this is.
Yeah. I mean, and this is going to be recycled throughout this entire thing here. So, but before we get back into it, Kat Not Williams has gifted 5 Legal Vices memberships. Kat Williams, IW, the Vice Racks of the day so far. And I sent you a link too if you want to join, Kat. It's up to you. No pressure, no hype.
And Boosh, you're correct. The defense got it, and how do they know about it? Somebody told them, but you know what? At that point,
doesn't matter.
It's like if the cops are lying on the stand, and I know they're like, "Who told you?" No, the fact is you didn't fucking do it. You didn't give it to me.
That's the young.
I
Thug
shouldn't have
trial.
to find out the hard way.
The young thug trial was why are you talking to defendants and witnesses that are represented by lawyers without their lawyers? Well, who told you I was doing that? That's exactly what was going on in the young thug trial.
Well, that's what happened to Carrie. She did that whole. Well, what interview did I call him a cocksucker? What are you talking about?
And what is wrong with her going, yeah, I called him a cocksucker because he is. You know, it doesn't look good,
that's just icing on the cake at that point.
Yeah. And
so Spiro wasn't bluffing. I guarantee you people met with Carrie. I guarantee you if I was meeting with a prosecutor, I'd be fucking recording it. I guarantee you it's all recorded.
Yeah. And anytime a lawyer says, do you recall doing this? You did that.
Yeah, there's no, especially someone like Spiro, that's not a bluff. They've got the goods.
All right, let's get into this here.
Sorry.
The hardcore, get into it. Wait, where's the button? Here it is.
Mr. Teskey about obtaining those rounds.
Yeah, I had asked Mr. Teskey at least a couple times for him to figure out how to send those rounds to the sheriff's office. I asked him on a couple different occasions to either ship them or figure out a way that we could still get them in the sheriff's office possession.
And you wanted to do that even though they didn't appear to match the rounds from Rust?
Yes.
Why?
Because the investigation.
Except that's a lie. We know they do appear to match the rounds from Rust.
It was still ongoing. I wanted to make sure that we had all the information that was brought forward to us in order to continue this investigation.
And as Lesko Brandon said a minute ago, you know, the idiots that were involved, these are the two idiots that did it. These are the two idiots involved in this. And let's give the prosecution the benefit of the doubt at this point, that the rounds were completely unrelated and the report said so. Then really, why not give the report to them? It just doesn't make sense. The Chewbacca defense.
Did you see Mr. Teskey at Ms. Gutierrez's trial?
I did.
And were you aware that Mr. Teskey was a friend of Ms. Gutierrez's father?
Yes.
Did you receive any communications during the Gutierrez trial relating to Mr. Teskey?
I did.
Tell us about those.
So during her Hannah's trial, or near the end of it, I had gotten some correspondence that a male by the name of Troy Teskey had came in and had ammunition, and that he wanted to turn it over.
Came in where?
To the courts.
So he came here?
Yes.
To this building?
Yes.
And who did he speak to, if you know?
He spoke to I believe the deputies downstairs that were working the courts.
And what were you doing at that point in time?
I was here in trial.
So you receive information that there's a person down there that has what?
Ammunition.
And how did you respond? What did you do?
I had asked the deputy, I said, can you just have him wait here until I have a moment that I can speak with him?
Did he wait for you?
No.
Where do we go from here? What happens next?
we hid them.
From
That's
there,
what happened.
I believe we had a
call?
break. I had asked where Troy was. They said he was no longer here. And then further on into the day, I don't know if it was a call or a text message, but I had gotten word that Troy had shown up to the sheriff's office and was trying to turn over that ammunition.
They don't call it Albuquerque for no reason.
I have a little bit of limited time and where I need to figure out logistics with this. And I believe I had gotten a call from the lieutenant or someone there, and I said, okay, well, I'm still here, but I will make contact with him at a later point and get a statement from him so we can figure out what to do with this.
And at that point in time, were you aware that he had left some ammunition at the sheriff's department?
Yes.
I assume Hubbleson is talking about Erlinda Johnson, not Carrie Morrissey.
Yeah. Well, she gave an interview to Chris Cuomo that was actually really nice to see.
Yeah, we'll watch that. We'll watch that at the end.
Also, Jeff, if you want to real quick, this is from the motion and dismiss that
yeah.
was filed. So, guys, here's the issue. This was filed. The motion and dismiss was filed on the 11th at 7:52 p.m. So this is like after everything had happened before Friday morning. Thursday night, they already filed a motion. And here's the issue. Here's the argument. So you understand. This is why it's critical, because they're actually explaining we could have used this. It's very important. The state affirmatively concealed evidence potentially pointing to external source of the ammunition, Seth Kenney, because it'd be favorable to Baldwin. Baldwin was unaware of a risk that live ammo would be brought to the set of Rust. Can you guys read that? Is that big enough? Okay.
Yeah, we got it.
To support its theory, Baldwin should have known of that risk. The state is attempting to establish a link between Baldwin and the source of the live ammunition. The only way to do it, and I think they're saying you don't point guns at people because there could be live ammo. And I think that Spiro, this is where they would have blown a hole in that. Well, there's no ammo should have been on set. And they're saying, well, these live ammunition showed up, but then they're going to say, look, these dummy rounds were live too. And someone who brought those on? Seth Kenney. So how do we know Seth Kenney? Why did Seth Kenney or Troy Teskey or whoever it is have live ammunition made to look like dummies? Who does that? Somebody doing sabotage, whatever. The only way it can be done is by demonstrating the live rounds were brought to the set by the movie's armor, given the state's assertion that Baldwin should have been aware of her youth of inexperience, and therefore the possibility she brought live rounds to the set. They're going to do that. They're going to argue he should have known she didn't know what she was doing. Evidence of live rounds came from Kenney, therefore favorable to Baldwin, which is why the state buried it. And that's true, because if Hannah Reed is too dumb to know what she's doing, Seth Kenney could have screwed her over. So there you go. Plausible theory of defense. Exculpatory material. Bam, done. Thank you.
And that's actually been the theory from the day one, was that Seth Kenney was smashing prop Sarah and was jealous of Hannah and wanted Hannah off the set. That's a rumor that's been going on literally since day one.
So there you go.
They took it away.
That's it. You guys wanted an answer. There you go. That's not even a bullshit argument. But even as a bullshit argument, this is Brady material. But there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. I just
no.
Bam. That's they lay it out for you.
And did you take steps to contact Mr. Teskey to take his statement?
I did. I called him twice. When I had,
we've got to pause again for two reasons. One, Tamara Spoon 3 says it was Hannah's evidence. I missed the first part of that. Once it was presented to the sheriff's office, it became the state's evidence, and they would have had to present a late disclosure, and Hannah's trial would have had to have been paused. Yeah, but you pause things when you throw people in jail.
Yeah, it becomes a problem.
Pausing, it's Danny on Direct. Welcome.
Thanks. Hey, potentially criminal, I wanted to come and say, screw you, sir.
For what?
Wow.
You were the first one to make me inappropriately laugh today with your post about the shooting. You know what
yes.
he says?
Yes.
No,
where's Alec Baldwin at?
Yeah.
Who gave Alec Baldwin a gun again?
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I needed a little... I needed a smile because that was really heartbreaking today. So thank you.
That's all right. Long live the Emperor of Mankind. He'll be okay.
Yeah, and whoever did that has just solidified he will be the next president.
Oh, yeah. No question.
Yes.
No question.
It's a 125-yard shot, bro. You had it. It was easy.
I think they just confirmed the second death. I knew that one person had died.
Oh, yeah. Sorry, Reddit bros. The updudes didn't save your champion. Couldn't kill heckin' Trump.
Yeah, well, I got and kudos to Rooftop Sniper that took the guy out. I need to go.
Yeah, but there's video they didn't shoot right away, which is very concerning.
We just watched the video in slow-mo with Flux, and you can tell they're looking at something. I don't know what happened.
Yeah.
but there was there was a failure to engage. And it's pretty obvious they could see what was happening.
What it looked like to me, and I mean, the guy with the scope is doing the sweep. He sees the guy, but this is just totally me, and then we can move on.
No, it's okay.
He sees the guy, but he's not in line for the shot. So what it seemed like to me is he took a shot first that maybe went over the guy's head or startled him into
no, because you would have heard that. You would have heard a noise. You would have seen the rifle move.
And you would have heard the pop. So they did.
You would have heard a pop because the Secret Service guys had suppressed rifles, but you would have heard. You would have heard a thump. You would have heard something, and you would have seen them actually engage. But the guy doesn't run his action or nothing.
Well,
they're still working on They're still working on it, but yeah,
it looked like he was here, and then you kind of saw him do that real quick, and then that was the end.
Yeah, but the other no, there's video of them right there, and then the shots start. Another person took a video as the shots are cracking off, focused on them. So
we'll look at that some other time. We've got our own shooter that actually did kill someone here.
All right, I'll stop bringing up. I'll try and stop to bring up what's happening outside of this.
Yeah.
It's just really hard. I'll be honest with you, Jeff, because I literally told my husband I didn't want to come back to America this year. I said, let's just stay here in Korea. Shit's about to hit the fan. I literally said that to him before we left. So I'm
so old that I remember sitting in 6th grade when suddenly they wheeled in televisions and turned them on, and we watched Reagan get shot. That's how old I am.
That was the one I should have. I promised my chat I would show the video of Reagan when the balloon popped and he said, "Miss me."
Yeah.
That was badass.
Yeah, Reagan was so badass. He got shot in the chest and didn't know it till they were on the way back to the White House. That's how badass he was. They moved his coat and saw blood and went, "Oh shit, we're going to the hospital, not the White House."
Teddy Roosevelt type.
Mm-hmm.
Gets shot, continues to speak, makes fun of the assassin.
All right, let's get going here. Let's get back to Tweedledee and Tweedledum.
Found out that he had shown up to the sheriff's office. I didn't receive, or he didn't pick up the phone, and I never received a call back.
And let me ask you, why is it important for you to take a statement?
Because I need to figure out what to do with this ammunition and how it would potentially be tied to the case and in what way, so I can figure out what to do with it after.
Why is it important not to turn that over to the defense?
That day,
yeah, notice she knows it's important to investigate.
Do you have any idea whether or not this is related to the case?
Just by him saying it might be, but not in what context it would have been.
But you didn't speak to him?
No.
Okay. And is that the reason you were trying to reach him?
Yes, and to try to set up something where I could have a discussion or an interview with him.
Lies.
And you want to have the interview because you want to see if it's tied to the case.
Yes.
And see, this is why we're doing this. As I mentioned to you guys earlier when I was setting this up, this is to take the 24-hour view. We're a day out, and we're looking at it through the hindsight. See what are they trying? What are they trying to hide in the emotion about hiding shit? What are they lying about? What do we know they're fudging on here? And you can see a lot of it here. And we'll
so you call him twice.
Feel free to shout out at the appropriate times.
Do you continue to try to reach him?
I did try to reach him again. I believe it was the following week. I tried to reach out a couple times and never received a response back.
Oh, never received a response. Do you mean when he walked in the building that is not a response?
What, Danny?
This guy walked into the building during the Hannah Gutierrez trial.
Yeah, but she was in trial.
Oh, right. So no response. And never mind. This is such bullshit. Oh, by the way, in case you guys are wondering whether or not this constitutes bad faith, now you know where the bad faith element comes in. It's because not only were these lies, they were damn lies.
We'll give you an interview regarding the items that they've dropped off at the sheriff's department. How do you know that they're in any way related to the case?
I really wouldn't, because I didn't have a discussion with him.
Has Mr. Teskey ever returned your calls?
No.
Do you have his address? Do you know where he lives? Can you have someone go over and check him out? Even though he's in another state.
Are you aware that the exchange between Mr. Teskey and the people at the sheriff's department that took place when you were in trial with me, are you aware that at least part of that was recorded on a body-worn camera?
I know now.
When did you learn that?
Today.
And have you had an opportunity
I just learned today all the shit we did was caught on film.
to review it?
Yes.
We've given this, Your Honor.
I just got it. So
I just want the court to know. This is,
I can give it to them.
this is the newest of the revelations.
This is
So-
the newest
so
new
there's,
evidence.
When Teskey comes into the station, it's being recorded on a body worn camera?
I believe that the defense did have it because they knew what Mr. Teskey was saying to Popple. That's the basis of the
Well,
cross-examination.
it's not, it hasn't been admitted as an exhibit.
Sure, and I can call Popple and have it admitted as an exhibitor. I can call Randall, but it's a.
Look at
it's a motion
Spimer.
to
He's
how
like,
you
how
handle
the
it.
fuck was I supposed to know? What do you mean? Sorry,
Yeah.
how the heck was I supposed to know? What do you mean?
Yes.
Well, and see, and from the opening statements until right about this time, I was saying that this guy is out of his element. Yeah, he's top 50 firm, Harvard graduate partner guy, but it's all white collar transactional stuff.
No, it's not. He's defending Elon Musk. He was involved in Aaron Hernandez's murder defense. Like he worked in the Manhattan DA's office. Like he's
But
got his mud on his boots.
Is Elon Musk defense? Oh, that was the defamation part of it.
Well, yeah, but he's done also Elon with the SEC. Like like Alex Spiro's got mud on his boots, man. He definitely he's been in the fight.
I mean, even if you go to his firm's site and look at his bio, criminal defense isn't. He mentions that he was there like Jay-Z and other
He's
people.
defended a lot of
Criminal
people defense-wise.
Yeah, it isn't listed as one of his areas of specialty and practice.
Mhm.
It's all white collar and transactional stuff. But I think he wasn't very good. Of course, he has shit to deal. I mean, he has a shit case to begin with, but he wasn't good. His cross examinations I didn't find effective. His opening was weak, and just going on.
His opening sucked.
He was a terrible lawyer until he wasn't.
Well, I mean, but there also wasn't a whole lot to get out of these things because these witnesses so far wouldn't have been helpful. But now we know. Well, there could have been mileage to get out of them.
But once we got into this intercoursory here, he was a spitfire. He was in his element at this point.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, as I said, he was not a great lawyer in this case until he was. And
Kind of reminds me a little bit of like a hound dog that chases foxes and only foxes, where they're kind of dopey and they just kind of wander around. And you're like, where are you going, buddy? And then once they get that trail, you're right. They just don't give up and they're going to keep going until they catch it.
She's now seen it. I can give it to the defense.
No, I'm going to have the person that whose body it was on. Let me ask you in the meantime, while I'm listening to this testimony, can I have the exhibits?
That's a good thing about courthouses. They're usually really close to the police stations. So you can go get this guy in here.
Yes, it's generally close.
They went to the FBI. Her inventory of bullets. May I have those exhibits? I know there's a lot of them.
Sure. I think there are probably some also from the defense. So does the defense want to go through?
And I
their
like
file?
how she slows down when she knows she's in deep shit.
Are you looking for the ones that I just highlighted specifically?
No, I'm looking for the ones that Popple testified.
Can I have the inventory list? Sure.
Have you seen photos or no? Just the ones that she had?
Yes, where she went through and somewhere in Ziplocs.
Okay, so not seen photos, just the ones from the sheriff's department?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Do you have those?
They should be.
Just for the record, Judge, we don't have the body worn camera.
But I'm hearing you.
Why can't they use a former prosecutor instead of? They could have, but they appointed her.
Okay.
Yeah, it was. I think it was very political at the end of the day.
You don't need photos of boxes?
No,
just
no,
okay.
I want
That's why people are putting on tinfoil hats.
What was that?
A lot of people are putting on tinfoil hats because she is very left leaning and very liberal. So a lot of people think that.
Yeah, but she could have just dismissed the case after a little while. Like, you can do it in ways that don't make you look like the biggest fucking retard ever.
Yeah, and that's
where it's like, that's my problem. You get what I'm saying, Danny?
Oh yeah.
Like, did she have to, you can just instead of driving the car to a brick wall at 100 miles an hour, you can merely punch a hole in the radiator with a screwdriver and go, I guess we can't drive the car today.
Potentially criminal. She could have done exactly what my DA has done here in Salt Lake County and issued
nothing.
Hundreds of declination letters that say it is not in the best interest of justice to pursue this at this time.
But in this situation, she could have said we dismiss with prejudice. She could have just come back in at lunch, said, Your Honor, evidentiary reasons, we dismiss with prejudice. Done.
Yeah. No, I'm just letting you guys know what the conspiracy.
Oh, yes.
Well,
Slim Gill, right? Or Sim Gill.
Sim
yeah,
Gill.
it's not what I believe. Trust me.
Yes.
Yeah, and as far as the
I know
conspiracy
Danny
goes, my
on.
answer-
She wants to have the electric chair be wind powered.
Yeah. Squirrels real slow, like 9-volt
Are you
battery
calling
them to
me
death.
conspiracy light, if true?
No, I just saying
No.
you want to make sure it's always got juice. That will make it
Yeah.
sustainable.
Oh, I
And
hadn't
nice and
thought
slow.
of that. Maybe we can make it tidal powered. Now that I think about it, you're
In
brilliant.
Utah, just make it
Seriously.
solar powered in Utah.
Yeah.
But
I
like
love
all the
that you
conspiracy,
assume that the electric chair is my modality, but thank you.
Yeah. I'm
Go
a
ahead.
firing squad guy. But anyway,
Yeah,
the,
me
the,
too.
the conspiracy theory deals. Oh, you know, they were in on it somehow. Look, she is probably the #1 defense attorney in Albuquerque, if not very close to the top.
But this is going to hurt her rep too. Like you wouldn't do this intentionally.
I mean, this has potential bar license and discipline.
I don't. Well,
I mean, not as far as, I mean, she would never be disbarred for this, but there could be sanctions coming down.
Also, she'd be the butt of, like, this is something she'll be mocked for forever. Like, there's no amount of, unless she becomes like Alec Baldwin's waifu, there's literally no way this turns out to be okay.
Yeah. And she wouldn't make it worse intentionally for her.
Yeah.
That's what I think. Anywho. She really loves his movies, really thought he was funny on Saturday Night Live, and is grateful for his politics.
The ones that were gathered at the scene, and then she went through how she tested them. There. Okay. All right, I think these are fine, Ms. Morrison. Okay, thank you.
30 seconds. Oh, you want the actual bullets?
I need
Yeah, you want the actual bullets.
Only the live
Oh, he wanted the
tested by
real
FBI?
exhibit.
No, there were more that were tested by the FBI.
There were dummy rounds that were sent to the FBI that were confirmed to be dummy rounds.
Okay, that's what I want to look at.
Good
Do you
for
have
her.
pictures? Do you have pictures of that?
I don't.
This is a great
I
judge.
don't think we've had her testify to that.
Yeah, is this coming to the part where she checks?
Can I have all these evidence?
Yeah.
That.
Yeah, this is the part where I knew when
entered
she's
while
looking
she
at him,
testified.
game
That's the
over.
best way to put it.
No, Alex should
By the
turn around.
way-
How are you?
Right, sorry to interrupt.
People aren't understanding why this is important. The reason this is important is because this came from the same batch that allegedly was looked at, and the dummy rounds were selected from the exact same batch. Once it went to PDQ, once it passed through Seth Kenny's hands, he pulled from the same batch. So if the live rounds in that batch matched any of the live rounds that were on set, that means it must have come through PDQ. That's why he is paranoid. That's why he's concerned. That's why he wanted the cover up.
Yeah.
That's why
Exactly.
this matters, because on its face, there is no liability if everybody was doing what they should have, except for the supplier who knew that he was providing live rounds.
Yeah,
I
and
don't
that's the
even
thing.
know
Like,
that.
yeah, and that's the thing. And Troy Teskey shows that Thel already had this. He had these rounds. And remember, they said they didn't test every round in that room. Well, it looks like they should have.
Yep.
Well, see, I don't even go that far in my analysis. It's important. Well, we don't even know if it's important, but one reason it's important is
But
because
we-
the defense never got to look at it to
I
decide
agree.
if
I
it's
agree. I
important.
agree.
Yeah.
But we can easily draw the we can easily draw the arrows to where it needs to go. But yes, it doesn't matter. It's not Carrie's job to tell Spiro what's important.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But I mean, for those who are wondering about the evidentiary relevance here, there wasn't a clear-cut standard for what an armor should follow. Okay. Is there a clear-cut standard in SAG and in general law and safety handling? Yes, of course. Of course. But that doesn't appear to be the standard that was on set. And that argument was then taken away from them. And they had to spend most of their time arguing where the ammo came from, because the prosecution made it sound like she had introduced the ammunition, which aggravated the guilt factor for the jury. And they knew exactly what they were doing in that. And so,
and now, because there were no fingerprints, there was no DNA on those rounds that were recovered, I think Hannah has a plausible, there's reasonable doubt for her.
exactly. Well, hold on. Keep in mind too that Seth Kenny was brought on as a mentor. He was listed in the freaking documents as a mentor.
Well, yes, and they're his guns. He rented them out, so he had to have access to the trailer.
Yes,
under the rules as an FFL, he has to control that. So
yes, and they were operating under.
And he had a
his
whole month
license.
to
He
control
wasn't
it.
an armorer yet.
Yes, and that's the funny thing. Jason Bowles, he had those rounds right there given to him, and he's like, "Yeah, oh well." I mean,
well, we don't know, but that's the thing, Sean.
well, these
we
are the
don't
ones
know
Troy
exactly
the
what
ones
he
Troy
said.
Teskey brought to him. He said, I showed him to Bowles, and Bowles like, I don't want them.
Yeah, well, Bowles is an idiot.
Yeah,
I'm
well, that's
sorry.
even worse.
I said this. I could come up with a better argument for Hannah in 2 seconds than he could have come up with for her in 2 years. So
I agree, but
thank you. Continue. Sorry, Jeff. I'll shut up now.
No, that's what we're here for.
Yeah,
I'll be right back.
Luke Pearson says Jeff doesn't even reach the elements required by Brady to get on his side of the drunken post-football fight. See, there's two parts of Brady, not just the exculpatory. There's also impeaching information. Mm-hmm. Whether this is favorable to him or whether it proves he didn't do it is only one part. If it's impeaching, if you can use that report, if you can use those bullets to show that another witness lied, that's a Brady offense.
Yes, one of their major witnesses.
Yeah, it's not only exculpatory. So people that say it's not a Brady thing, maybe the exculpatory part.
And more importantly, you can get not just Troy or not Seth Kenney, but you take fucking Smug McSmug, the CSI tech.
I was gonna say, which McSmug are we talking about?
Yeah, the CSI tech.
Yeah,
and she's sitting there. I mean, like, and it's funny because the look, like,
Hoffman, we call her.
Detective Ducklips realized she fucked up, but Popple kept sitting there like, I don't think she realized how bad she fucked things up. She was like so sure of herself.
Well, Mirage says exactly what does it impeach? That's relevant to the manslaughter. It impeaches a witness's testimony. If a witness lies about one
Hannah,
thing, you can throw out
did you bring
everything.
rounds on set? No. I can impeach. Like, well, did you do this? Did you do that? Yes. Okay, you're lying about that. Did you bring rounds on set? No. Ladies and gentlemen, he already lied. So yes, he's gonna lie about message. You know, Mr. Kenney, did you sabotage this? No. Did you bring rounds on set? You know you did, didn't you? No. Are you telling the truth right now, sir? Yeah. Then why'd you lie about 5 minutes ago? You lied about quite a few things already. Why should I believe you now? Because if you did that, you're now liable, right? If you intentionally sabotage a set, you committed murder, didn't you, Mr. Kenney?
And all of these.
There you go, guys. There you go.
Yeah, all of these what ifs. What if
and
what
Mirage? Once again, that speaks to Baldwin's handling of the gun. If it was a sabotage, there you go.
And all of these what ifs can be resolved by doing one thing: turning over the stupid 2-page report and the dumb bullets over to the defense.
Yes.
And this never happened. And he goes on, and he's most likely convicted.
Yes.
But
you can do the bunch of ways this could be done. But and might say it turns out to be nothing, though. It's still Alec's decision.
Yep.
Do you want them from the state and the defense?
Yes.
Okay, because
Do you want to announce what they are? Hey, can you tell us what the exhibits are during Popple's testimony? Or I actually can, because I took notes. There they are. Let me do it.
Well, hold on, real quick, Jeff.
Yep.
Blue Varro. It goes to Kenny being charged, yes. But Alec Baldwin's argument is there's no way in fuck I should have ever had to assume rounds would be on set. Why? Because people don't come on the set with live ammo unless they're trying to kill someone. Only a fucking psychopath would bring live ammo on set. Somebody's trying to sabotage it. Why would you sabotage? Because Seth Kenney's a psychopath.
Yeah, and
like
and
Alec
Seth
Baldwin
Kenney
can say,
was,
I have a right to point a gun at people on a movie set.
Seth Kenney was very much wasn't me, didn't do it, I didn't do it. And if you can show he did, then all of that stuff he said about not supplying live ammunition is called into question.
Yeah. Or maybe it was even a mistake.
Yeah.
You know, then it looks really bad that, like, because then I'd point out, Mr. Kenney, so you gave all this ammunition to Hannah Reid, right? Yeah. Have you been prosecuted? No. Are you threatening with being charged? No. You'd agree, though, Mr. Kenney. This all started with you. You're the beginning of the chain. If you had done your job right, then Alec Baldwin would never had a gun in his hands loaded with live ammunition. Isn't that right, sir? You know, he's never going to admit to that. Yeah, it's my fault.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there you go, guys. I mean, like that, you know, who knows what Spiro would have done?
hang on, we need to catch up with you.
Baldwin's like, when are you going to talk about the cocksucker thing?
All right. Do you want me to tell you what they are?
I think Brian next to me has them.
Why is he raising his hand? Is this where he's like, I really got to pee? No, he already peed, didn't he?
Yet.
Well, it's just
He's an old
days
guy.
ago.
through
Yeah.
He's 66. He's gonna pee a lot.
21.
Yeah.
And I'm looking to start here at 15. I'm not finding 15, so give me just a minute.
All
I've
right.
got 15, 16, 17, and 18.
Okay.
All right. We're going to fast forward this till she unfucks herself here. Oh, yeah. He did have to go to the bathroom.
Oh, no, I don't want, I only want the ones on the set, not.
I mean, yeah, if I was an old guy too, I'd be like, I gotta pee. And he also understands this is a lull, so run out and go get your pee on, man.
Yeah, I think after the incident a couple of days ago, he learned. Oh, let's make sure I raise my hand and the judge knows why I'm leaving.
Or his attorney knows.
Yeah.
Because if you walk out on me, I'm gonna look at you and say, "What?"
Handing you is all photos of states exhibits that were.
And I don't have to run back and kick in your stall door and be like, "Get back in there."
No.
Okay. Do you want me to go through the defendant's exhibits?
It smells
I
like
want the
Alec
defendant to
Baldwin.
go through the defendant's exhibits.
Glad you asked.
Do you want this?
Yeah, sure. Where's
Okay,
that?
that's the spent case.
Okay, yeah. These are the ones I have them here.
There you go, Judge.
Oh, thank you so much. These are it. After.
I like to see chaos in the courtroom. It means someone's done fucked up.
Where? Hang on just a second. Let me go through these real quick. All right, stop for just a second. Let me see what's in front of me.
These are.
And Gwyneth Garnett says the state tried to cheat a rich white celebrity. What chance do any of us have of a fair trial? That's the moral of the story.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's true.
And that's why
if they'll do it to him.
Yep.
If they'll
And that's
do
why
it
the
to
judge
him.
making these decisions is important. That's why her
imagine
being a
it.
judge.
This is
great.
some douchebag actor on some shit dick awful fucking movie. Imagine what they'll do to you if you get charged with murder or accused of diddling your stepdaughter or having drugs in your car or any number of things.
Yep.
And yes, there, but also remember, chat, it's not like, it's, I know where people are going to go with this right away. What?
Yeah. But for the grace of God.
Well, yes, but that's also why you don't commit acts on, you don't broadcast your crimes. Yeah. So before we go down that road, let's nip that in the bud right now, chat. Let's nip that one in the bud.
These are enough. Okay, I'm good.
You bud nipper.
Right, let me just use these. Okay, let me just see if I might ask for more later. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry to interrupt your question.
No, that's fine. Due to Mr. Teskey's refusal to speak to you, were you ever able to tie the items that he dropped off at the sheriff's department to the set of rest?
Poor paralegal here goes, I got a shit ton of documents sitting here on my lap we can throw down with.
Real quick, even better. And I thought about this at the time. If Carrie really wanted to fucking talk to him, Troy Teskey, I'm pretty sure, you could subpoena people. You could subpoena information. There are ways around that.
Go over to
Arizona. Oh, we couldn't
and
get a
knock on
hold
his
of them.
door.
I mean, think about it. Cops, like, normally when they want to talk to someone, they just go, well, gosh, oh, golly, fuck it. I guess we can't find them. Oh, yuck. No, if they want you, they will talk to you.
EDW Raptor says, Sean told us this stream was going all night. Is this true? I hope not, but it might. We're like 7 minutes into a 2-hour clip of the video. It might go all night. Who knows?
No.
I don't care if it does.
Given that this is a motion hearing, and if the court wants me to do this a different way, please tell me. Over the lunch break, were we able to obtain the video and watch it?
Yes.
Did you hear what Mr. Teskey said in the video regarding whether or not these came from the set of Rust?
He said that they were not from the set.
That's what he
Also,
said
Troy
on the video.
Teskey could be wrong.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
I'm happy to get that.
He could be
Can't
lying.
cross-examine off of this.
Sure,
Well,
I
he
can
could just be
give it to him.
retarded and
You
wrong.
are going to give it to him, and this testimony, he can call her back up if he wants.
Absolutely, sure. I'll pass the witness.
But, all right, I have some questions. Can you put back on
I have some
that
questions.
video of the text that Seth Penny got from Teskey?
Yeah, meet the goal. I'll let you know when you get there. I'll let you know when you meet the
You have to
goal.
go by field chat.
It's the secret goal. And with $12, we ain't there.
And can you blow that up?
You're on top of the bottom.
The top.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to ask some questions.
Sure.
All right, so you testified that only one seemed similar. Let's see. One similar to the Starline brass color primer in Arizona, and it's the third one. It's 45 Colt.
Not. It didn't
Okay,
seem so-
time out again. Chat, you're derailing us. How dare you have thoughts and opinions on things? Mamasaurus Rex says exactly. That's why I think they did it for the Hannah case, and then thought they did such a good job hiding it that Alec wouldn't find it. And the problem with, and I know you're not specifically mentioning it here, which you're correct, but a lot of people are saying, well, how does this affect Hannah's case? The problem is, her lawyer said he didn't want that evidence. He was presented with it and said, "Nah, we're good."
Yeah, but she's got a banger of an ineffective assistance counsel claim, because that ineffective assistance is turning down evidence that, and then the outcome, what it could have reasonably have changed. You sure as shit could have changed.
Yeah,
So,
good point. Didn't think about the ineffective assistance. That's just
but
an automatic.
But if I'm Judge Summer, she's probably upset because of that. The reports not getting to her, the Hague reports that Spiro spent forever grilling Lucian Hague about. I'm sure she's going to say, "Fuck it, I'm letting her have a new trial."
We'll find out.
If I was that judge, I would at this point.
I didn't even think about the ineffective assistance because, like I said, that's the default go-to, and it never works. So
it's also sucks because both really was ineffective.
Oh yeah,
I still think a public defender would have done her better.
It couldn't have done worse.
More on the primer
back,
was
Danny.
different in the primer
We missed
color.
you.
So
In what why
What
is
you
it
got
different
there?
in the primer color?
because the primer on
Chocolate
this,
ice cream
the
bar.
third one is it's a brass color. The primers that came from Rust were silver.
Or were they all?
were they?
Who's this? These are
In
You
retrospect,
come up.
maybe they weren't all silver or
Counsel,
nickel.
you need
Actually,
to come up.
if they were,
And
silver,
maybe
Yeah, that's
not
the other
all of
point.
them
You're gonna
rattled.
need to see this.
When your perceptions don't match reality, change your perceptions.
Mhm.
Something doesn't add up here. Fuck it, it's not real. Like, are we sure about that?
I can see what you're showing her. I saw what you're showing her.
I see. I only see one silver here.
Right, but this is in reference to the live ammunition.
Look.
It's so confusing. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. She doesn't know which evidence she's talking about. That's how confusing this is.
To the live
But the
ammunition.
same thing happened to Popple on the
To the live
stand when
ammunition.
she
Yes,
testified in
Your
Hannah's
But-
case.
It still looks similar to what was on Rust.
Yes, as far as yes.
KJ says the amount of hollowing out of
It looks
Carrie by
similar
Spyro should be considered a
To
hate
these on
crime.
Rust.
For the dummies, yes.
Yes, it looks similar to dummies on Rust.
Dummies, but not live.
Okay, I understand your distinction. on
Okay.
that.
But we have live ammunition
But
that looks
it
like
still looks
dummies.
Similar. That one, the third one from the left, still looks similar.
Yeah, notice that equation. The A equals B. It's not dummies that look like real ammunition. It's real ammunition that look like dummies. It's the same
It's a
reverse
massive.
equation.
Would you agree that's a massive problem, detective?
She's not getting it. These dummies are not getting it. Okay.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how much the judge makes it clear, they aren't getting the hint. And I can tell that the judge is at the point where she's like, "Oh no, please stop."
It's like it's the fucking Patrick Starfish meme. It literally is.
I'm gonna look up the meme. Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Yes, where it's like, yes. Do you agree these look the
Word,
same?
word.
Yes. So would you agree that there could have been, you didn't look for everything? No, I did everything right.
Yep.
And like we're saying, at this point, she's already got her decision typed out and waiting to be read at this point.
Yeah, I think she's double checking.
Dummies.
For the record.
Yes.
All right. Thank
I
you.
like how she's like dummies
Yes.
on Rust.
Just noticed that.
I may not even need the video right now.
Hey, Jeff, what point is that at?
What was that?
7:35. Okay, that's what I thought. It's getting late in that video. I was trying to figure out the time. So this is after lunch, and I just want to double check.
Yeah. What have I done? I almost touched something. Here we go.
All right.
Because we don't even need the video.
Good afternoon, Corporal. When you started investigating this case, you were investigating this concept of sabotage, that there could have been an intentional live bullet placed onto the set. Do you remember that?
Not originally, but later on, yes.
Okay, and obviously if somebody...
Let me just ask it. So they're not similar to the live rounds. That was not similar to the live rounds, but they were similar to the dummies on rust.
That's correct.
Okay, and the dummies on rust were tested with the live ammo by the FBI.
Yes, some of the dummies were sent.
Some of the
Not all
dummies
of them.
that look like that one on the phone.
I couldn't say which exact ones were sent to the FBI.
Okay, but you just testified that looks similar to the dummies on rust.
Yes.
You didn't differentiate, and that some of the dummies on rust were sent to the FBI.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So
When the judge is doing this, it's really fucking bad.
at certain points...
And
early on in
it's not
this
just the
case,
judge
you
saying like, I
entertained
confuse the exhibit
possibility
numbers.
that this was an actual sabotage, that somebody could have intentionally placed the lethal bullet onto set, correct?
Yes.
And you quickly dispensed of that concept, right?
I don't think it was quickly dispensed. It was investigated.
Okay. And fair to say that if
Quickly.
that had happened, that would have been a far different case, right?
It could have been. I don't.
And so then you turn to the
That-
idea of, well, somebody outside of Rust.
Had you investigated, it could have been a very different case, right? It could have been, yes. That right there, that's your answer. If the Brady
nail.
question comes down to that, that's how you can rephrase Brady right there. If the
Mhm.
information would have been known, wouldn't that have changed the case or the outcome? Yeah.
Yeah. When you found out about this, did you go back and revisit the idea?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that I didn't notice this the first time, but that is a pretty big nail in the coffin.
Yeah. Me
That's
either.
really
I just
big.
now saw it.
That's like a railroad spike in the coffin.
Yeah.
Could have placed or been the cause of the ammunition ending up on set. And you interviewed Seth Kenny, I think you told this court yesterday, 10 times at least, right?
I love my chat because when they called Seth Kenny, my chat was filled with, "Oh my God, they killed Kenny!" It was like, "Oh my God, they called Kenny." That's what it was. I love.
Should have
my
been. Oh my God, they called Kenny, man. Oh my God. God, I hate Seth
Yeah,
Kenny.
I can't put an exact number, but it was a few times, yes.
Right. And that would have been a different case also, right?
If he
Well,
had,
Yancy, and I didn't notice her crying the first time, so I'm going to watch to see if she was crying because I know Sean noticed it. I was watching Sean's stream last night while I was walking around.
provided them in relation
You're walking
to this
around
case or in
Korea
relation
listening
to
to
the past
it.
case.
That's
In
great.
relation
The
to
Koreans are listening to you listen to an
It's hard
angry
to
white
say.
guy yelling at a
You
phone.
were here for
I had my earbuds in. I'm a responsible walker.
CST Popple yesterday.
I don't want to annoy other people in the mall. I'm a mall walker.
And you had an opportunity to view the 45 Starline brass that came out of this package today, correct?
Ew.
No.
You haven't
Well,
looked
this
at it yet?
package, I think it's coming out of his package. I was like, ugh, phrasing. It's this package. Sorry.
No.
He's a good-looking man. Don't judge him.
I think.
And
My brain
are
is
you aware,
repaired.
as you sit here, that there was 45 long cold Starline brass nickel in the courtroom today from CST Popple?
I just found that out today.
So
You just found that out today, huh?
Good
This
job
whole
investigating, lead investigator.
This whole time it's been, you can easily tell them because they have the live rounds have the silver primers. Dummies,
Yes.
Seth's
Yes.
dummies don't have silver primers. They all have brass. Every one of them, except for
Well,
right now they don't.
This is something I learned in law school. I forget what professor said this. Always and never are very dangerous words.
Mm-hmm.
They are very dangerous words.
The language, the testimony, the idea that there were bronze primers on dummies mixed with the testimony that Seth Kenny gave that he would shake the dummies and some of them didn't have a rattle because they had been recently patinaed is fatal to the state's case in Hannah Gutierrez's case.
Yes, it is.
Period.
Mhm.
Because it doesn't matter what good caution she practiced or exercised, whether
There's
she
no
hit
way to
whatever
know.
standard, there was no goddamn way for her to know that that was a dummy round. Period.
And he's not gonna. And aside from Seth Kenny facing criminal charges, I guarantee you after that trial and the way that just went, it's probably not going to get business from anybody ever again.
Oh yeah. Seth Kenny needs to be in jail.
Would you trust him if you're running a movie? Nope.
Nope.
No, but I would trust him to be investigated by the ATF hopefully soon.
I don't
and
wish
all
that on
that
anybody.
implies. Go ahead and hit play.
I had to laugh because I saw a great meme the other day. It wasn't really a meme. It was like a short little video. It's some guy wearing an ATF jacket.
Is it the one where they're at the range?
Yeah, no. This is like he's up in the woods. He's like, put down your weapon, and the guy's like, "Is that level 4 armor you got there?" And the guy's like, "Oh, I think we should."
No,
leave
that's
now."
he's like, "Yeah, is that full auto? Are those level 4?" No, all right, we're leaving.
Yeah, I like that. I saw that the other day. That was pretty funny.
Guys, level 4 means rifle rated armor. If you're not aware of the joke,
Yeah.
Basically, he's threatening to kill the Fed.
Yeah. Thanks for spelling that out so clearly on my screen.
Well, some of your people don't. I'm not saying to do it.
Yeah. YouTube human reviewer. He was just saying.
Jeff, they demonetized my stream last night after human review. I did nothing wrong. I broke no rules. They're so arbitrary. There's nothing you can do.
No, they do it because it's a popular video. It's getting traction, and they don't want to give you the ad revenue for it. So they wait a few days till nobody's watching it anymore. Then they make it green again.
Yep. Oh no, mine didn't pass the human review, Jeff.
It didn't pass it?
No.
Oh, screw YouTube.
Yeah.
I love you. Thank you for letting me have this platform. I love the platform, but screw you.
The ammunition that the Good Samaritan, Mr. Teskey, the close friend of Hannah Gutierrez's dad, when that ammunition that he brought into you after the conviction, you still have it? Answer, yes. Question, you can bring it in here and you can show it to the jury, right? Answer, yes. And they can see for themselves that it does not match the live ammunition from the set of Rust, correct? Yes. And that it is obvious. Just when you look at it, it is not. Yes. Do you remember that testimony that you were sitting here for?
Yes, I do.
And that turns out to be completely false, doesn't it?
Oof. I loved that. That moment right there for me was when I said, "Oh shit, it's really done now."
Oh yeah.
And I owe Danny a public apology. I'm afraid.
Why?
Let me scroll up here through our texts. This was. Because we were planning on doing a joint streaming, it's like I invited you to that one too, Sean, on Monday, just kind of a thing to sort of an alternative. And Danny says, "Well, guess no stream on Monday." And I said, "Well, why is that?" I said, "I think they have a plea deal. I think they're just trying to preserve the record." And I said, "No, I don't think so. I think we're good. I think we're good for Monday. I think we'll go through Monday." Well, we didn't go through Monday, so
well, there was no plea deal, so I think. Here's what
the idea was,
I still think that there was a plea deal. I just think that she said F it. I think she said, let's just see how this motion goes. And then realized very quickly, I think for her, the clincher was when her co-counsel literally skipped her way ass out of there as quickly as she could. And she went, yeah, no deal. But I think they were very close to having some kind of arrangement.
we'll never know. You're muted, John.
I think Spiro told they ain't got shit on you, buddy. If I had Alec Baldwin, by that point I would have said no. I said, you take a deal now, no. I would recommend against any deal, and I would say let's go. When the judge already sent everybody home, and that's already we're all well into this. And Carrie's like, well, I'll let you play to something. I'm like, I'll go to Alec, but I said, if you accept this, I'll fucking shoot you.
Yeah, and that's the most reasonable scenario is everybody's going, oh shit, before the lunch break, and then it gets to the long lunch break. That's the prosecution going, we're fucked, well and truly screwed.
I think Carrie thought she could talk her way out of it.
I don't know. I think what you're saying is, here's the offer. Take the offer, please, dear God, take the offer. And then them going, oh, you're giving us an offer? That means you realize how much trouble you're in. We're going to ride this out, babe.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know.
That could be. She's so weird. It's hard to tell with this woman.
You're correct.
There could have never been an offer, but yeah. All
Mr.
of that
Kenny
was
was just here.
incorrect,
Did
right?
you see him in the hallway?
I saw him in passing, yes.
You interviewed him, I think you said over 10 times, right?
Yeah, I don't know the exact number.
40 plus phone calls, I think.
It was a lot.
Okay. And we have some of those text messages.
Guys, you're hurting
And I'm gonna
Branka's
put up
feelings.
Branka's
I'm not
wrong,
trying to.
Defense B
in my opinion, on that
Mine
issue.
too.
on the screen. And it's not working. Okay.
Robert Lawrence, I bet she went over him over and over. Oh no. Oh no.
Okay.
I mean,
And you see
Beth,
at the
you can
top,
do
this
better,
is a
buddy.
screenshot that he sent to you, right?
Yes.
And you see it ends with, yup,
you think
It's
Seth Kenny can do
evidence.
better? Well, he
Yeah.
did get Sarah.
yep, it's evidence
Yeah.
in the accidental death, right?
Or as we call her, she of the extraordinarily large feet.
How do you know Sarah Zachary's got large feet?
Yeah.
Because when they were doing her interrogation video, it was like a full body. The camera was
Yeah.
back and she was sitting there like cross-legged wearing a
Oh
skirt.
God! So like half of
she-
your fans were just beating off of that part alone.
She,
They're like, what does she look
has-
like? I want to see those feet in the mud.
Dude, my always kind and respectful chat were calling her Sasquatch throughout the whole thing.
Really? I gotta have to go back and watch that again. I didn't remember that.
No,
I
they-
just
they're-
call her sweet Sarah. Innocent
Yeah.
Sarah. Did nothing wrong, Sarah.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Except for throwing shit away.
Yeah, I can see that.
Okay. And he does not include the ugh, this sucks when he sends it to you, right? You don't see any ugh, this sucks on this, do you?
No.
It talks about how it's clearly, it looks like it's been reloaded. And that's him telling you that, right?
Sorry, let me just read it really quick.
Sure.
Okay.
And you ask a very interesting question, Corporal. It sounds a lot like the question the court just asked you. You ask, do you think it could have come from the same batch since it's a different color, right?
Yes.
And he said,
Unhung Hero says
in
I can
writing,
fix her.
in no uncertain terms,
Good
I thought
luck,
the same
sir.
thing regarding the
Go with
primer,
God.
But Joe has been known
Vaya
to
con
mix
Dios, my
different
darling.
color primers and blanks. So no, still highly likely that it's from the same batch.
I don't recall this text
Yes.
message from Hannah's trial.
Nope.
Nope, it wasn't there.
And you had that information
Yeah. Yeah, imagine that.
in the month following
I'm
the,
just kind of thinking out loud. there.
incident, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So we're going to fast forward. I'm not going to go through the.
But someone
Seth
did
Kenny story with you
testify
yet,
to the
okay?
primers
Okay.
being potentially different colors. And I don't remember who it was. Because I remember thinking at that moment when they
But
said that
It's
she's
fair to
innocent.
say, if we even fast forward to the end,
Okay, but I apologize, but by popular demand,
Sarah's
th-
feet.
th- yeah, this is a
Holy
screenshot.
shit! She looks like she's wearing clogs. Like
Did she
those
buy
rolling
clown
clogs.
shoes out of the prop truck?
I told you we were
clown
calling her
shoes.
Sasquatch.
Jeez, she's
a
Aquawoman,
Bigfoot.
part dolphin.
I told
Who
you.
needs a paddle when you got those?
And
What do
is
they
why
say
we
about
call
women
her-
that have big feet? I'm not sure I want to know.
That's why we call her she of the large feet. This is
Oh,
Sarah.
God.
Jesus. And that's not just not camera distortion either. Oh
No,
my
it's
God.
not. Those are just big fucking feet.
I
Oh,
never once in my life thought I'd make fun of a woman's feet.
Snowshoe Sarah.
So water skiing, Sarah.
I wasn't joking. Anyway, let's go.
Oh
God,
gosh.
she got bigger feet than me.
and you had known Mr. Chesky's name because Seth Kenny had called him in front of you, right?
Yes.
And Seth Kenny's name came up, withdraw.
It's probably distortion,
You
but
several-
it's still kind of funny.
Kenny brought him up several times, right?
You can
Yes.
see when she
In
stands
relation
up
to
too.
the
Those are
idea
just big.
that the
Those are
same
big
batch
feet.
Of rounds from
Don't
Hey,
sweep for her, Danny.
at different points and different quantities touched
I don't need to sweep for her damn feet or push brooms.
Joel Thornton, Joe Teskey, Seth Kenny, right? They were all involved.
I don't know if it was in relation to 1883 or where it originated from exactly, but that it might be related, might be.
And that they would talk about in front of you on speakerphone the green ammo can that had leftover ammunition, correct?
Maybe, I'm not too sure.
Well,
Not
you're
to be
denying
confused
that, are
with
you?
the ammo
No.
in the bathroom.
Okay, and in fact, when you went to search PDQ, in the warrant that you put in front of a court to get access to PDQ, you wrote into that warrant that you needed to find.
What? Oh, come on, me. What did I do?
What did you do?
I fucked up. That's what I did.
That's okay. It happens.
Oh, son of a bitch.
Not as bad as closing the stream in the middle of trial during.
Just
the
as
final
bad.
discussion.
I when I was clicking my mouse, I guess my finger clicked the
Oh
enter
no.
button, which sent us
Around
back.
no, we were at 7:30 something, like 7:37. Oh,
Right
round
there.
chat.
Sense of that.
How you doing on time, Sean?
I got like 5 minutes.
All right.
Concept, right?
I don't think it was quickly dispensed. It was investigated.
Okay. And fair to say that if that had happened,
Oh, Jules, I'm
You can
happy
hit
with the
right
outcome
button and
too.
Fast forward a little bit, Jeff.
Yeah, I will.
Actually, somebody's
Jules-
right. Yes, her big lips would go well with Sarah's big feet.
Oh no.
Oh God, guys.
I'm not
So,
even.
Danny,
Yeah.
you're a woman. Is duck lips? Does she just have big lips, or does she Botox?
Oh, dude.
Is there a question? Was that a question?
I mean, just for real. Tell me.
Sean has the rhetorical question of the
I
day.
think that's a rhetorical question posed as an actual question, and I resent that.
Those lips do not occur in nature.
You say that.
Well,
Neither does her
that would
eyeliner.
have been
That's
yeah,
permanent
that's it.
eyeliner. Here's what I think she did. I think she had semi-permanent makeup applied like 10 years ago. Probably wasn't by the best artist in the world. And then she used Botox to try and fill in the edges.
So you mean she had like implants?
No,
What's
like
semi-permanent
tattooed.
makeup?
So tattooed eyeliner.
Oh, eyeliner.
tattooed
Okay, yeah, I get
liner,
that.
And then she went and had Botox done. That's what it
Oh,
looks like.
okay.
To me.
yeah. Well, anyway, let's go.
Botox is an
far
amazing,
different case, right?
amazing cosmetic.
Could have been. I don't.
And so then you turn to the
When
idea
done
of well,
correctly.
somebody outside of Russ could have placed or been the cause of the ammunition ending up on set. And you interviewed Seth Kenny, I think you told this court yesterday, 10 times at least, right?
Yeah, I can't put an exact number, but it was a few times, yes.
Right. And that would have been a different case also, right?
If he had provided them in relation to this case or in relation to the past case,
In relation to any case.
it's hard to say.
Well, you were here for investigator, I'm going to do this again, CST Popple's testimony yesterday, weren't you?
Yes.
And you've had an opportunity to view the 45 Starline brass that came out of this package today, correct?
Okay,
No.
sorry. We were going to fast forward through this. All right, sorry.
And they can see for themselves.
A long way because we got well past his package here. You guys know who Jennifer Coolidge is?
Oh my God, I love Jennifer Coolidge.
She looks like Jennifer Coolidge in the younger years with the lips and the neck and.
No, Jennifer Coolidge is so much prettier. Her lip filler was great, and she had such a great sense of humor. I love Jennifer Coolidge.
And you see it ends with,
It makes me want a hot
you don't
dog.
see any ugh, this sucks on this, do you?
No.
I like her in Best of Show.
And it talks about how it looks like it's been reloaded. And that's him telling you that, right?
Sorry, let me just read really quick.
Sure.
Okay.
And you asked a very interesting question, Corporal, that sounds a lot like the question the court just asked you. You asked, do you think it could have come from the same batch since it's a different color, right?
You can fast
Yes.
forward this,
And
Jeff.
he says, in writing, in no uncertain terms, I thought the same thing regarding the primer, but Joe has been known to mix different color primers and blanks. So
Did we watch this a minute ago?
Yes, this is the text message that wasn't introduced in the Hannah Gutierrez
I
trial.
thought
that
we
should
just
have been.
got to the beginning part of it. Oh well.
fair to say, if we even fast forward to the end, Mr. Teskey comes in, and you had known Mr. Teskey's name because Seth Kenny had called him in front of you, right?
Yes.
And Seth Kenny's name came up, withdraw. Troy Teskey's name came up several times because Seth Kenny brought him up several times, right?
Yes.
In relation to the idea that the same batch of rounds from 1883 had at different points and different quantities touched Joel Swanson, Troy Teskey, Seth Kenny, right? They were all involved.
I don't know if it was in relation to 1883 or where it originated from exactly, but that it might be related, might be.
And that they would talk about in front of you on speakerphone the green ammo can that had leftover ammunition, correct?
Maybe I'm not too sure.
Well, you're not denying that, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay. And in fact, when you went to search PDQ, in the warrant that you put in front of a court to get access to PDQ, you wrote into that warrant that you needed to find the green ammo can, correct?
I did.
And the reason that you needed to find the green ammo can, as you explained in the warrant, was because there may be live ammunition on it that matched the round that struck Ms. Hutchins, correct?
Yes, that was where that originated from, was from Zelle.
Well, but see, I knew you were going to do that. It's not the only place it originated from. It also came up with Mr. Teskey and Mr. Swanson in front of you on November 1st when Mr. Kenny found out and said, shit, but it's her fucking fault, right?
He said that a lot.
You said that?
He said shit is her fucking fault a lot. A lot.
Yeah. But see, notice he said, I knew you were going to say that. That's just a nice way of saying I caught you lying.
Yeah.
By the way, Jeff,
Yes.
if she would have known that, Hannah, that there's a possibility that the ammunition came through Seth Kenny and through Joe Swanson and not through Thale Reed, she would have taken the plea deal.
Mm-hmm. Could have been, yeah.
Exact phrase?
Possible,
Shit,
yeah.
shit, but it's her fucking fault. He said that a lot?
Yeah.
Did you grow suspicious of Mr. Kenny? If he kept saying that?
No.
No. Why would I?
One of the people involved in a murder investigation starts freaking out. You're like, nope, that's okay. I loved it. Like, Sean, did you murder that woman? No. Oh, okay, thanks. Have a great day. Bye.
She's like the idiot in the Bugs Bunny cartoon who doesn't look behind the door that Bugs Bunny's saying, don't look over here. Don't look behind this door. No.
Yeah.
Sky is a neighborhood. Thank you so much for the 5 poons. I just find this whole evidence drop in the middle of Hannah's trial almost 2 years after the incident so sus. Probably for the reason the defense is saying here.
Yes, there's a reason why it's sus.
Yeah.
In any event, you knew that Mr. Teskey was at least somewhat involved.
I understand Seth Kenny was. Sarah's the only one that I think was given immunity.
Calling him in front of you, correct?
Okay.
Yes.
Sending you screenshots.
I don't know.
messages
I
with
don't
him,
know. I
correct?
don't think Kenny
Yes.
was.
So Mr. Teskey showed up here, according to you, at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Teskey then walked into the police precinct with ammunition that he claims and says is matching to the ammunition that struck Ms. Hutchins, right?
I don't think he ever made the statement it was matching.
Well, that's really for law
But we can
enforcement.
tell it's matching.
Yeah.
So, like,
no,
she's like, well, actually, and it's like, okay, fine. But we can
then
see
why
it's
would he bring it
matching.
in? Why would he think it's relevant? And even if it didn't match identically, how the hell would he know? And it doesn't matter. But keep going, Spiro. Spyro. Get her.
Isn't it?
Which would have been investigated if he would have answered a phone call or returned a phone call.
Or you can fucking visit him, go to Arizona and knock on his door. Say, hey, can we talk to you? Do that.
Or you could drive to the fucking ranch or Seth Kenny's office with another fucking warrant.
Or ask for the police video camera from when he went into the police station and gave a statement.
Because that officer who took that evidence should have generated a report narrative. It should have been, my name's Lieutenant Dildo. I was there. Some weird fucking dude named Seth Kenny showed up. I'm trying to go home. I don't want overtime. My wife's bitching at me. So I took his statement here on video. And then we let the CSI tech pick it up. And then I went home and let my wife yell at me. No further report. Boom.
And this
done.
is not
He could've
legal
done that.
advice, but apparently you can avoid investigation if you just don't answer the phone. They won't investigate you anymore.
Oh,
yes.
That's exactly what Jody Hildebrandt actually recommended for all of her clients. She said you can avoid CPS and any consequences. Just don't answer the door and don't answer the phone. And turns out she was right.
Sergeant Hartman in Full Metal Jacket was right. If it was for dickheads like Detective Hancock here, there wouldn't be thievery in the world.
Mm-hmm.
It's true.
Okay, and I know we're going to get to that. Don't worry. But wasn't the first excuse you gave, Corporal. The first thing you said when this came up on direct examination was that you didn't know it was related to this case. Do you remember testifying to that? On direct?
How would I have known if I wasn't given an opportunity to talk to him myself?
Perhaps the defense would like to say those exact same words. How would I know unless I get to look at it? Sorry, I'm like ex post facto rage here.
Yeah.
You would have no way of knowing that the man who was on speakerphone with you talking to Seth Kennedy, the man whose screenshots you received, the man who showed up at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial, the man who walked into your precinct talking about the Rust movie, you would have no way of knowing that it was related to Rust?
I would have need to come to the conclusion myself that it could have been tied back to Rust. There's been many people throughout this investigation that state that they have evidence or testimony to give that wasn't in relation to what I was doing.
Uh-huh.
That's actually that's a very damning thing. She's like, a lot of people told me things I didn't give a shit about.
I was busy doing other people.
Yeah. She's like, a lot of people said things, and you know what? Fuck most of those people. Like, I really want to say, is that your way of saying you didn't fucking do anything? Like, oh boy.
I was busy.
Yeah. I'm busy getting my nails done and getting my lips injected. She's like, you see lips like these? She's like, like the Joker. I bet you wonder how I got lips like these. I bet you wonder. Well, my dad
getting filled, and that's the reason she didn't investigate Seth Kenny.
She's like, I had 3:30 in the morning lip injection sessions. It's so stressful.
It has this quantum of proof that you have hidden from the defense.
Ooh.
I don't think I've hidden
Evidence in this case. So is there other evidence in this case that has this quantum of proof that you have hidden from the defense?
I don't think I've hidden anything.
Is there any other evidence in this case that you think this court should be aware of, that you're aware of, Corporal Hancock?
No.
And
she doesn't
when Mr.
think
Teskey
that the
came
court
in,
should be aware of this
he
evidence.
stated that he believed it was from the same batch of ammunition that was located at Seth Kenny's warehouse in Albuquerque, correct?
When he came in?
To the precinct.
So sorry, I just want to understand this.
Mm-hmm.
You're saying that Troy Teskey made the statement to law enforcement that the ammunition matched rust.
Correct.
Where is that statement coming from?
In your own police report.
Okay.
I love that. And that look he's giving her from your own. It came from your own police report.
Yeah, but immediately right after that, he kind of like
he backs up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay,
the real monsters. That's what she looks like.
That's not my police report.
I didn't say it was your police report.
And this was kind of a dumb thing. But it's the by your. I meant
he probably.
everybody else.
Yeah, but I think he probably didn't actually realize he said that. Like,
yeah,
he's like, I guarantee you right now, his heart's going 500 miles an hour.
Yeah, he corrects.
He's
himself.
just like jittery. He's like, I got the kill. I got the kill. I got the kill. You're just waiting for the right time to shoot.
Totally off track. Jeff, is there some biker rule about getting a symmetrical license plate number by chance? What do you mean symmetrical license plate number? Like 8008, so it says boobs or something like that. Not that I'm aware of, regardless of what your answer is.
Jeff, just check the private chat.
I said in the police report.
Just as a point of clarification, can we?
Is this objection or should we talk?
Yeah, you gotta have an objection, okay? I said that's no running.
I love that part.
My request is that you correct the
The
record.
judge at this point has said, fuck you, Carrie. And she's like, he fixed it. She's like, can I just object? And he's like, are we just talking now? And that's the thing. I mentioned this before. Her and Spiro have been at each other from the beginning. And it only got worse every hearing they had, including that marathon 8-hour session they had about 2 weeks ago. They were at each other's fucking throats. And this just made it even better. You could tell they hated each other. And yeah, it came out in loads at this hearing.
Okay, but to be fair, Sean, if she was opposing counsel, you're pretending like you wouldn't hate her because she is.
Oh no. I just thought this we were gonna have a week and a half full of lulls of these guys just fucking snapping at each other.
God damn it, you were robbed your lulls.
I know. I'm gonna
Yeah.
So
we need more lulls.
Jay, okay, if we need more
That is
lulls,
not-
Jeff, hold on. Show the image of the real monsters.
Spiro, you owe me super chats, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, Spiro.
Give me some of your Quinn Emanuel money. I know you got it. Your partner money. I'm a partner too of the Martin Law Office. I'm partner and managing director.
I'm general counsel for my husband's business.
I'm a PM.
I'm managing partner, equity partner, and of counsel for my firm.
I'm senior foreign counsel. That's me.
There you go.
I'm also the only foreign counsel, but they had to give me a title. Where are we at here? All right, hang on. This is Danny being
did
mean.
you lose it? Oh,
Danny's being mean. Danny doesn't be mean all the time, but when Danny's mean, she's very mean. Tell me she doesn't look like this. The snake monster.
Yes.
Oh, the snake
Yes.
monster. I
remember our real monsters now. Yes.
Yes, the real monsters, the snake, but that is what she looks like. Identical. Her eyes, everything.
I thought you were talking about the one on the left. So you weren't being as mean as I thought you were.
Yes.
Although the one in the middle apparently resembles Sarah. Who knew? It's a big feat.
The real monsters all along.
I've never made fun of people like I have tonight. Thank you, Jeff.
And see, this is what I was saying.
Is in relationship. and it's very physical. I mean,
I
he
love her.
still pushes all my buttons, and people say, "Oh, but he's so much older than you." And you know what? I'm the one having to push him away.
I love her.
Yeah, we both have so much in common. We both love soup, and we love the outdoors.
Jennifer.
We love snow peas
No.
and talking and not talking.
Not talking.
We could not talk or talk forever.
She just reminds me so much of her.
Is that from Best in Show?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. It's been
Best
a
in
while
Show,
since
such
I've
a
seen
good
it.
show. Yeah.
I
Anyway.
don't want to insult Jennifer Coolidge. That's all.
Yeah. Let's get back to the actual.
Okay,
real
sorry.
stuff here.
Sorry.
Oh, I made it worse. It's me. All right. I didn't touch any buttons. We're still going here.
Not an objection. What is your objection?
I want to correct the record. that
One word.
I'm showing you your police report.
He's corrected himself. A police report.
Oof.
That's your way of saying I'm done with you. Shut up.
Yeah. Julie O. Hancock is severely allergic to Seth's ween. It made her lips get all swollen. Oh, God, Julie O. Oh, my God.
She needs an EpiPen.
But in your sheriff's office police report, right?
Okay, understand.
Okay. And
God, she looks like
not only
every
does
day
this
she looks like she's having a
come
panic
into
attack.
the
It's got to be
very
rough.
same sheriff's office, correct? Right? This is your police department, right?
She probably is having a panic
Not only
attack
does it
now,
say
though.
No, but it's hard to tell.
live rounded ammunition
It's like
believed to
Lenny
be
the
connected to
Simpsons.
the Rust case.
This is the saddest day of my life.
You saw that, right? Okay.
Yes.
Not only does he say it's the same batch that was at Seth Kenny's, right?
I mean, that's what it says there. I don't remember that statement in the video, but
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because the videotape, whatever there is that has also not been turned over, it didn't necessarily capture every conversation that Mr. Teskey had inside the police department that day. You don't know that.
that's correct.
Okay. And the other thing that I wanted to mention at this point is
His eyes are
it's not
so
as if
dilated.
Mr. Teskey was talking to some random auxiliary cop that happened to be walking through the station. He was talking to CST Popple, wasn't he?
Yes, he was.
The same CST Popple that testified yesterday, right?
Yes.
That testified that everywhere in this case that she went, you went. Remember that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. She goes to the church on the day of the incident, you're there, right? She goes to the search of the truck, you're there. You go to PDQ, you're there. In the prosecutor's office, you're there. Trial prep, you're there. And that's who took this statement, right?
Yeah.
Objection compound.
Don't stop him. He's cooking.
Carrie knows better than talk right now.
Let him cook.
You know, there's
I
tons
love
of
his
items
dilated
of-
eyes.
of
He looks like a
inventory in this
shark
case.
that just caught a whiff of blood.
No, I mean I've been
Every
like
time
I've
you
never been in this
inventory an item in
situation
this
before,
case,
but
there's
you're
no
like,
matching
oh
witnessing.
my God, I'm so scared. I don't want to fuck this up. Like you're like, oh God, like this is happening, and you're like, yeah, I'm sure that like the training wheels fell off his world too.
Yeah.
And he's trying to make sure he doesn't wreck it. He's like, I just gotta guide it home. I just gotta guide it home.
I think he's excited, man. I think he's on the
He's
case.
excited, but he also knows I could still fucking lose this.
You can hear
And
his breathings up here. He's like, and then you
Yeah.
do this,
Yeah,
right?
because
And then
he's like-
this, and then this. Like he can't even believe this is real.
I think he's just pissed because he just got screwed out of 5 days at $2,000 an hour. I think he's just pissed about that.
He got paid up front.
Right?
No.
Right? You pick up
No.
There's dozens and dozens of items that you all inventoried in this case.
His
that
nose
have
is sideways. I never
matching
noticed that before.
corresponding witness statement, right?
Yes.
Okay.
You
So
don't
this
get that
is
tough
what
without getting punched in the face.
that's now been come up with. That the only reason we couldn't take this item was because there wasn't a matching witness statement is just spun out of whole cloth, isn't it?
I don't think your statement's entirely correct. You said the reason why we couldn't take this item, which we did take the item.
You took the item, but you took it and put it in a different box than the rest of the items in the Russell case, correct?
Well, I don't think they're all, I mean, I'm not the evidence technician, so I don't know how.
Well, you know this wasn't placed.
Now's not
and
the time to
designated
start
as a
arguing.
Russ
Now's the time to go,
evidentiary
yeah.
matter. It was kept and vouchered, as you heard yesterday, under a completely separate identification number, correct?
A different case number.
Right?
Yes.
Oh,
Unlike
look at his
the
eyes.
hundreds of other.
Mm-hmm.
Another case. Wait, so you identified it and filed it under another case number, not just another box?
Yeah, this ain't good. And this
Yeah,
is what I
he's
was
like,
saying.
wow, you're really. I think part of it's like, I can't believe you're actually fucking admitted to everything. He's like, why aren't you lying to me? He's like, some of this I can't prove.
Just back up like 2 seconds.
Yeah.
You can see his moment of shock. Okay, press play. Watch.
A different case number.
Yeah, he looks at the judge like, oh my God, judge!
And voucher as you were yesterday.
Like,
on
kinda
a
like,
completely separate identification number, correct?
A different case.
Here it begins.
Yeah.
Oh, now it gets embiggened. We'll
Yes.
use the space bar. It's safe.
Number.
Yes.
Oh shit! I surprised myself.
He's like, wait, you're telling me things I didn't know now I can't catch you a lie on.
Oh god.
Oh.
I'm so glad we're rewatching this.
Yeah,
I'll be
I
the
didn't
judge.
notice
Says,
it that way before. Fuck.
yeah, I didn't either. Legal Vices, Sean or Danny, can someone answer this? If the bullets from Teskey had been the actual one sent to that he sent KM in the picture, would that have been considered evidence and covered under Brady?
Yes, anything sent like that is all of it.
All of this is
Prosecutors
covered
say
under
like,
Brady.
it's the way it should be done is everything, because honestly, you don't know what's exculpatory. You haven't talked to the defendant. You don't know what you're going to mount. I think prosecutors should give every goddamn thing. And then the defense attorney should figure out, what am I going to do with all this?
I agree.
There should never be a question of, what are you holding out for me? Is there any, what are you holding that you don't think I think is important?
And clearly the judge thought it was Brady related because we ain't got no trial no more.
Yeah.
Well, and
that's the point.
I know of at least 2 jurisdictions. When I was running for DA, I reached out to other DAs. I said, what is it that you do in your office that you would recommend implementing here?
Open file.
And one of their recommendations is open file on evidence and keep a closed file for work product.
Yeah.
That was it. Open file on all evidence on all cases.
Yeah. And a lot of places around here, they open up the file and they just redact it and you go, here you go.
Yep.
And that's the beauty of Korea. There is no discovery rule in Korea. You don't have to give shit to anybody.
Even in a criminal case?
Yeah. If they ask for it, you can give or not give, and the judge can make conclusions if they know you have it and aren't giving it. But yeah, there's no discovery really. The prosecution has to give you the stuff. They have to give you their entire investigation file, but you don't have to give the others. Even in civil cases, the 2 sides don't have to give each other anything. They don't.
So you guys just show up like throwing darts.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Like, so you have to ask your client, what are they going to tell us?
Yeah.
Well, and you have to, now it puts into context the cases that are prosecuted. When you think of like the Nth Room or other horrific cases in Korea, the level and standard that had to be met to even hold those people accountable.
I don't know who those are, so I'll take your word for it.
The people in that probably know.
I covered those cases. Yeah. I remember now. Very super chat heavy.
It's another good facial expression. That shit. And literally, I think what Danny Sean, this is him literally going, "Oh God, I wasn't expecting that answer. What do I do now? Think fast."
Identification correct and different case number. Yes, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Unlike the hundreds and hundreds of other items that were collected in this case from a variety of sources, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and a lot of those items were like random, irrelevant, tangential things that all went into CST Popple's inventory in this case, right?
I think all those items were collected on scenes through search warrants or through somebody that gave them to us that we could have had a conversation with. And I could be able to
word salad
relate what that item was and how it may have been related to Rust.
There was no way to relate this item to Rust, and the guys in your precinct telling you this is related to Rust, and you had spoken to him on speakerphone and you had gotten those text messages. There's no way to relate.
There's no way to know it was related to Rust just because people were saying it's related to Rust. Yeah, that'd be a big indication.
Again, I didn't get a statement from him when he's dropping off this ammunition and didn't see it because I wasn't there.
And she's smiling like she gave a really good answer.
Well, your colleagues got a statement, didn't they?
Yes.
Right? It's not like he didn't give a statement that day. He sat in the precinct and met in a room with your colleagues and did give a full statement. So that wasn't true either, right?
I didn't know that until today, that he had sat down with someone.
Okay, but now that you know that, now that you know that he gave a full witness statement, the story that the only reason that law enforcement couldn't possibly dream up a way to connect this to Rust and put it with the rest of the evidence doesn't work anymore, does it? Because he did give a statement, right?
I'm not going to agree with that because he said
Because
it
I don't
didn't
want
come
to.
from the set.
Well,
So
you keep saying that, but he's not. The point of this isn't that he literally snuck onto the set and took it back, right? The point is that he had the matching ammunition so that we could understand the source of the lethal round.
This is the
right?
funny part. He's like,
But
listen,
again,
you dumb fuck. I'll explain to you what I'm trying to get at. He's like, listen, honey. Let me get this through your Botox laden skull.
The Botox barrier is real.
Yeah, no, really, that's what he's saying right there. He's like, and he's not even yelling it at her. He's saying it so the judge understands.
I disavow you. I disavow you, Sean. Fucker. Stop it.
He's not wrong.
I didn't know he had my
Let me know where I'm making it up.
Well, but
Oh God,
Alex
first
did.
of all, to be honest,
that
John,
wasn't something-
I have never seen an attorney have to explain in layman's terms to a witness what they're getting at before. You're
Oh,
absolutely
I have.
right.
I have. But he's literally explaining their theory of the case. He's like, you are the investigator for the prosecutor. I'm literally telling you what I'm trying to prove right now and
I
how
know,
fucking
that's what I'm
retarded your question is.
Well, we
or
saw that with
answer.
Jackson in the Karen Reed trial when he was
Yeah.
interviewing Detective I Studied Forward. When he's
Yeah.
like, okay, I'm the defense lawyer. I have to explain your job. I have to tell you what your job is
Mhm.
and give you the right terms so we can even go through questioning. That's the-
Yes.
I just love those kind of things. Here, let me-
Also,
let me-
chat, stop
yeah.
blaming Botox. This is fillers. That's different.
Well, her forehead seems to be pretty effing paralyzed too.
I can't tell. It looks puffy to me. But yeah, okay. Probably
Yeah.
both.
Her hairline hasn't moved. Her eyes haven't moved. I don't even think she's blinked actually.
thing that was told to me.
Oh, there she
I
blinked.
understand your testimony. But
Yeah, those
given that
eyebrows haven't moved a
all
millimeter
the
since she
things we discussed
started.
about, wouldn't you
A
agree
lot of
with me
thallium.
that if law enforcement were to come into this court and say the only reason we couldn't possibly connect this to Rust was because he didn't give a witness statement, that doesn't work if he did give a witness statement. True?
Oof.
potentially, I don't.
That's a
I-
fucking good
I would
point.
still say that I wouldn't agree with that because
That's a pretty good point that I missed the first time through.
Yeah.
We couldn't investigate it because he didn't give a witness statement. Well, what if he did? What?
Well, I almost want to ask you, what do you do when there's a murder and the victim can't give you a statement? You go, well, fuck it. I guess we're going home.
Unfortunately, I think she would.
Yeah. Oh, shit. He's dead. I guess we won't know who did it.
Sean, how many unsolved?
You see blood
Now I'm
scribbled on
gonna
the wall.
look it up.
Sally killed me. And she's like, that could be anybody wrote that.
How many unsolved murders? Keep
In the
going.
castle of
Yes. How many unsolved
Ah.
murders are in Santa Fe
Santa Fe.
County in the past 5 years?
Santa
Guys,
Fe
if you want
County.
to go commit crimes, go commit in Santa Fe County. There's like, I don't know how many detectives there are, but apparently there's like a 1 in 9 chance you'll get away with it.
I mean, it is also right next to Resland, so
Yeah. Well,
chances are.
just take him to the train station.
Okay, yeah. If you guys are gonna murder someone, murder them on a res because it's hard to get caught.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Or although it is clearly not legal advice, like in
It's just
Yellowstone,
It's reality advice.
in Yellowstone, they have the
Not
train
advice.
station where they kill everybody and throw them off the mountain. That's actually there's this weird little place.
That's
where
but that's not 100% true. You can't be like nobody's tried
nobody's
it.
gonna test it.
I
Nobody's gonna
guarantee you,
test it.
somebody has jurisdiction. The idea no one has jurisdiction is impossible.
It's a weird little, but I love how they incorporated that into the show. But that's a different show. Here.
I wasn't able to.
It's
speak
definitely
with
illegal to shoot
him
people
and
in
how
New
it would
Mexico.
have been in
For the most
relation
part.
to Rust. When we submit things, we
Mhm.
normally need to have a way to describe to the lab the reason for the testing.
She's
We're going to
fishing.
jump to testing now?
Okay, well,
Blink, blink, blink.
Okay, well,
Oh, you want to go there? Let's go there, babe. Let's go. And he's like,
Just kind of like, oh wait,
he's
this
so
isn't gonna
hot in
work.
this moment. There's nothing more attractive than watching a man like completely just disabuse her of any notion that she's going to get out of this. Like I'm loving this.
dominate a woman.
Danny likes power struggles.
I like truth. I like the truth. Truth. Nothing is sexier to me than the truth and getting the truth out of people and watching him just
Yeah.
break down every single ounce of a lie that she's putting on, the little facade, the little doe eye blink blink, all of
Someone
that
should write a
shit.
novel about this.
Yes.
God damn it, Jeff! I disavow.
Alex stared at Alexandria as he unzipped
Okay,
his
well,
brief.
maybe not testing, but overruled.
Danny had to leave us for a
Is
minute.
there a rule in your department that when you take in evidence from somebody who says it's connected to something, that you need to have some additional witness statement, or you just voucher it and inventory it with the rest of the evidence? Is there some rule that you could point the court to?
Alex, like, I have no idea what's going on.
Right. And in fact, there couldn't be, because nowhere else in this case of the 100 items did this rule apply, right?
But I don't know, I don't think it's correct to compare all the other items in this case to ammunition that was turned in during the end of a trial.
It wasn't during the end of this trial, sweetie.
It was in the middle.
Even if it's at the end of a trial, evidence showing up in the middle of a proceeding. At least she acknowledged. I love the fact she re-acknowledges this idea that, like, well, yeah, but it happened while I was busy trying to set someone up or incompetently prosecute someone.
Okay. And I don't want to go through every single item that was inventory, voucher, whatever word you want to use in this case. But can we agree that there were lots of items vouchered and taken into evidence in this case that are more irrelevant than this very crucial piece of evidence, right?
I would say that there were items taken in that were irrelevant to maybe trials and all of that, but I can't say how relevant this is if I don't know the origination of where it came from.
And the real reason that you didn't inventory this with trust evidence is because this harmed and jeopardized law enforcement's case, didn't it?
No, I wouldn't say it either way.
Okay. Well, you then told the court, right? So we worked through a few of these things. One, first you said you didn't know how it was connected. Then you said nobody interviewed him, couldn't connect it. And then you said to this court that you followed up with Mr. Teskey, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when you follow up in cases, right, and have all your police reports, you write down in a police report, attempted to contact manager Chi Ho, returned my call, missed his call, voice message, right, in your police reports, right?
In mine? That's not mine.
In law, I shouldn't keep using the word yours. In the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, when you all reach out to witnesses, there are often case supplemental reports indicating an attempt to contact someone, correct?
It's not a requirement.
Okay, did I ask you if it was a requirement?
And I'm just answering your question as to, I don't have to say every day and every time I tried to contact somebody.
No, but you might say at the end of a report, I tried to contact this person 35 times for the record. And here are all the times I did it.
He asked if it's common.
Yeah, and it is very common.
For obvious reasons.
And especially it seems they did it in this case, except for this one incident.
Yeah.
Seems to be what he's saying. Everyone else is doing it.
Yeah. Just for this one guy, you didn't do it, huh?
This case, this Rust case, okay? There are lots of police reports in this case that are in your file, even if you didn't personally create them, that indicate law enforcement attempting to contact witnesses and failing to reach them, correct?
That specifically, I don't.
You can't answer that question, yes or no?
Well, I'm explaining why that was.
I didn't ask why. I'm just asking. In your own file that you as the lead agent have, there are lots of police reports that say Detective so-and-so tried to reach somebody, couldn't reach them. Isn't that true?
In this case, yes. And that was done for a specific reason.
Okay.
What would that reason be?
When you reached out, according to you, you were trying, moving heaven and earth to try to reach Mr. Teskey. Did you ever create a supplemental police report?
Looks like Sean's really enjoying the testimony.
Okay. Let's go on to the next thing, which is you testified on direct
Standing something for 2.0. I'm helping her with something.
You then, in the weeks, months, whatever that followed, you attempted to reach Mr. Teskey, correct?
Yes.
Have you reviewed your phone records?
For which ones?
Are you sure you did that?
I just like this. He's like,
yeah, well, that's the thing now, because he's like, oh my God, is she alluding to more stuff I don't know about?
Well, and that's the thing. She says, which ones? And so now he's going, wait, how many phones do you have and how many records do we
Well, yeah, but to be fair, he's also like, well, wait. And to be fair, it's an honest answer to her. Although, yes, he's talking. The ones we're talking about right now are you and Troy Teskey. The phone records.
And see, that's why I think it's funny, because you can see him kind of almost process. Well, wait a minute. What do you mean? Which one? You can just he's like, okay.
It's almost like he's trying to nail.
This should not have been on one. Somebody said in chat saying this should have been on 1.5 speed. No. This is like watching that. This is like watching the crocodile slowly creep up on a gazelle.
And already this is 1.25 here.
Yeah, this was great watching in real time, guys.
Yeah.
Oh, this was so sexy to watch in real life.
See, it is sexy because it's almost like he's digging for
Not
gold.
him being sexy. The whole thing was just like I was like, oh my
to say
god.
initially, Sean, is this is sexy. Anyway, him digging through the dirt. It's almost like him digging through the dirt and finding he struck gold. And then he keeps digging, and there's just a vein of gold. And he keeps digging, and it gets bigger and bigger. And he's like, "Holy shit!"
Is it supposed to work like this?
All of this started to go down about 6:15, 6:20 a.m. my time. I'm all night just watching this. I'm fading out during Kenny's just lying. His lips are moving. He's all about himself. I'm just getting bored. And then suddenly you're like, wait a minute. this is getting bad. And so yeah, exactly what Sean's saying. He's just kind of creeps up on you until you go, wait a minute.
And 2.0
now I see where he's going.
And I'm in the middle of some arrange. And 2.0 is like, get the fuck home. And I'm like, oh, and that's all she says. And I'm like, wait, what happened? Did the dog die? Are you dying? And she's like, no, Alec Baldwin might be. And I'm like, what the fuck? And she's just like a boom, boom, boom text messages. I'm like, all right. Well, then I get out of the courthouse at college. She's just like a million miles a minute. And I'm like, huh.
Well, and she was also super chatting me, yelling at me for calling her dog Chloe. I misspoke. And called her dog. I know.
How dare you?
Yeah, I know. She chastised me, but she paid to chastise me, so it made it better.
Trust me, you'll know when she's yelling at you. That ain't yelling.
Yeah, yeah. I for some reason referred to Clyde as Chloe, and she took umbrage.
Yes.
Umbrage is a good word. We need to use umbrage more.
Have you reviewed your phone records?
I like
More for which ones?
Are you sure you did that?
I'm asking for which phone.
Well, which do you have multiple phone numbers?
Yes.
Okay. I know the cell phone number that you've given out in this case because we have those, right? Did you use that cell phone to contact Mr. Teskey?
I don't know exactly which phone that I used now.
Okay. Did you use the desk phone?
I don't know exactly which phone that I
used. Did you
used.
throw the phone out with the Alberts?
Phone messages or calls, Mr. Teskey.
And Higgins?
From the cell phone that you used when you were conducting the rest of your law.
Did you dump the phone on a military base somewhere?
When you claimed to this court that you called?
Yes, I did call him.
No, but I'm asking you a different. Well, let me ask this. Well, you don't know what phone you called from?
No, I don't.
Okay. Well, there are no calls.
Yes, exactly. We have cross-examination and argumentia in this replay.
Yes,
we have them both.
You and your
Ooh,
cell
I
phone
like
that you used
that.
for everything else in this case to Mr. Teskey during the weeks that you claimed.
I still cross-examination from.
Okay, so that's
from
my
By Clyde Coin chat.
Okay.
By Clyde Coin.
There's also no phone calls in the days and weeks that you claimed you were trying to reach him from the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office, the 505-428-3700 number.
That's mine.
That's our dispatch number.
Okay. There's no messages from any Santa Fe Police Department's phone in his phone records during that time period that you claimed you were trying to reach him.
Yeah, but if I call, it's more than likely not going to come up from a no caller ID.
It's a no caller ID situation?
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah,
It would be in
dumbass.
your cell phone record, you
would like to see the
dumb-dumb.
body worn camera at some time if that's even necessary for this proceeding.
Oh,
And I have no further
body
questions.
cam footage is necessary.
Follow-up question. So on
For the judge, it was
testimony,
necessary. But
I don't know which one, who asked
He knew
it.
he won.
But anyway,
He knew.
you understood that Troy Teskey came over to the court and the deputies told him
He's
to wait for
texting his
you.
buddies.
And then
I'm
when
heading home.
he came down, he was gone, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if exactly when I came down, but I was.
Like Conor
when I was
McGregor.
looking for
He's
him,
telling
he
his
was
honey,
okay.
telling his wife, like,
And at this point, you know
babe,
where it was Troy?
cancel the weekend.
Yes, okay. So then you find out that because he couldn't, well, assuming he couldn't reach you here, he went over to the sheriff's office, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you say today that he did not, he said these weren't from Rust, that's from you reviewing a repellent.
Oh, she's assumed the Alec Baldwin position. She's not having a good day. She's listing to port.
The lapel camera, correct?
That they were not from the set.
The set, and that's from reviewing the lapel camera, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you just reviewed that today. You didn't review it before.
That's correct.
All right. So
Rutger Hauer
when
knows
you
that
find out, I assume
Decker's
from
coming
Pablo
for him.
that
Oh my
he was over there and he
God,
dropped off the
yeah.
ammo, right?
Yeah. But
That's
I'm not
brutal.
She does look like Rutger Hauer. What were you going to say, Danny?
I said, this is the moment.
This is Danny's moment, all right? Dun, dun,
A
dun.
moment like this.
Here we go. Tell me that's not Rutger Hauer, Sean. Tell me that. Tell me
She's
that's
not a
Rutger
hobo
Hauer.
with a shotgun. She's actually Dave Foley from she's actor Dave, the comedian Dave Foley.
She's Rutger Hauer.
No, hold on.
Are we really doing this?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. From Kids in the Hall. Hold on, I'll bring up some Dave Foley pictures.
You guys are teasing everybody in chat because
Yeah,
this is a big moment.
Yeah. All right, here we go, Jeff. Put them up. Put them up. Put it up, Jeff.
Where is it? I don't see it yet. Oh, there we are.
Yes. Dave Foley is very soft. Rutger Hauer
Hold on.
is
Take
very
down
hard.
the picture, put back Carrie. Okay, bring back the other dude.
Better A, better B. 1 or 2.
I'm just saying, man. She's seen attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. That's all.
I agree with Jeff. I feel like the other guy is better looking and way softer.
She has watched the sea beams glitter in the dark. The Tannhauser Gate. She's been there.
She's gone through shit. She looks like she woke up,
So
yeah.
Jack Matt says she looks like Kurt.
Anyways.
Before. That's correct. All right. So
I'm gonna go that
when
far.
you find out, I assume from Popple that he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
Yeah.
Hey,
I'm not
Jeff.
exactly sure who told me, but
I didn't realize it was so late.
That's why I sent the private message. Are you not going?
Oh, no, I didn't see you say that. Oh, yeah. No, I just need to hit. Sorry, Danny. But yes, I'm sure you can be here and help Jeff through it. But yes, I'll that way you don't have to laugh at any more jokes.
It's all your fault. I wasn't even a mean person when I came on stream, and then you brought it out of me, and now I know.
Yeah. Hey, are we still doing the Monday thing, Jeff?
It would, yes.
Kind of recovering it Monday morning at 9. All right.
Yeah,
Monday
Monday
great.
Yeah. Then it'll just be panel discussion.
All right, it'll be great.
All right, folks.
All right, see you,
Thanks
Jeff.
for joining us, Sean.
Yep.
Thanks,
Take care, everybody.
See you later.
Bye.
Potentially criminal, everybody. Make sure you subscribe to him. If you haven't, what's wrong with you? Do it, Sean. Hi, Danny. It's just us cool kids left.
Yay, just the two of us.
And this is the moment. We have to go back to the moment again. Strawberry's asleep.
Aww.
All right. So when you find out, I assume from Popple that he was over there and he dropped off the ammo, right?
yeah. But I'm not exactly sure who told me, but
Okay. You can't confirm or deny that, well, you didn't know that he said it wasn't from the Rust set. In fact, the report says that he says it was from the Rust set, correct?
right, which I had just reviewed today.
The report says it's from the Rust set.
Ooh. Yeah. Ooh, that's bad. But I'm going to let this play. I've got to run and do a Baldwin. I mean, go to the bathroom, not kill people. I'll be back. And I definitely don't mean kill people.
We've had enough of that.
But when Popple when you were advised that Troy was there or was there, your understanding was that he was claiming it was from the Rust set.
I wouldn't say it was from the set, but it could be in relation to Rust.
Okay, so he told Popple it was related to Rust.
Yes.
Okay, and you didn't go over to the sheriff's office and look at the ammo.
No, I was here.
Well, I understand you were here, but you didn't there. You said, well, Hannah Gutierrez's trial was over, which I took to mean that it wasn't pressing. But this case was ongoing at that time.
Yes.
Yikes. Oh.
So did you and Popple have a conversation about what to do with this ammo?
To my understanding, it was going to be put in evidence.
Which evidence?
At the sheriff's office.
The Rust evidence?
No.
Why not?
Just as far in our evidence section in the sheriff's office.
And why was that determination made?
What'd I miss?
So
Yeah.
So she said, when you first told me, the judge says, when you told me that the case was wrapping up, it sounded like it wasn't urgent. But now I realize the case was ongoing. Isn't that right? And she goes, yes.
Mm-hmm.
She goes,
Yep.
okay. So when Popple told you that they were going to put this evidence away, where did they put it? And she goes, oh, well, just with the other evidence. And she says, in this case? And she says, no, just, at the sheriff's office.
Just a random bag of evidence they have.
Some other case file.
Oh, so bad. So bad.
As to why
Who
it
made
was,
it? Let me ask you, who made it?
these were discussions that were had with myself, with the supervisors at that time, and then with the prosecutors.
Were you the lead investigator?
That was a bad part too.
With the prosecutors. The decision was made with the investigators, with everyone else, and the prosecutors. You know what we call this? Criminal conspiracy to try and get rid of evidence.
Yeah, that's bad because now she's drugged Morrissey into it. And Morrissey's been saying, I didn't know about this until right now. And now she's like, bitch, you were in on this.
Which is funny because she didn't know about this until right now, allegedly.
Yep. Yeah. So this is bad all the way around. This is horrible. And all of this because Philip Seymour Hoffman, when she was on the stand, she just let this slip, and then it opened up this big can of worms and resulted in this.
Investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And you said, and with prosecutors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So you all.
Let me get this. She twice. Let me get this straight. The prosecutors. Let me just. Yep. All right.
Had discussions about what to do with what he dropped off.
Yes.
And you all agreed to put it in a separate file.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just very, very brief follow-up on the court's questions. The defense requested both through you and the prosecutors to see all of the ammunition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. And obviously, and I know it's obvious, but I want to make sure it's in the record, we were not ever shown that, correct?
Well, I believe that you guys had a secondary evidentiary meeting with the sheriff's office that was canceled the day before the meeting was supposed to happen. Or an evidence showing, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah, we were able to come for some showings and not others. The reality is when we came for showings, you never showed us this evidence, correct?
I don't know if I can agree with you there because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
I don't have any more questions for this.
Let me ask you something.
I don't have it. I don't even have it in me. Like you could just see, he's like, I don't even have energy for this shit.
I mean, he literally just chucked his notes. It's just like, fuck it, I'm gonna go sit down. This is useless. This is pointless. I've done what I need to do. We know she's lying about literally everything she's talking about now. She's just said that Morrissey's in on it. I got nothing else to add. Wow. Duncan Idaho with the $5. You mean Philip Seymour Damon Plemons? She does kind of look like Jesse Plemons. I can see that thing. But,
hey, Duncan Idaho, good to see you.
But I'm still going with Philip Seymour Hoffman. But I can see some Jesse Plemons there. Some Matt Damons, I guess I can see that too. What are you doing?
What is that sound?
Oh, yeah, Yoda's Strawberry's got her bone caught in the aluminum runner of the sliding veranda door here. So I need to go rescue that.
Okay, go rescue her.
Right, here we go.
I don't know if I can agree with you there because even on the first day that I was present at the evidence hearing, we didn't get through all the evidence that they wanted to see that day.
I don't have any more questions for this.
Let me ask you something. If Ms. Popple said it was not in the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
If this ammunition, sorry, just want to make sure I'm understanding.
If what Troy Teskey dropped off was not in the evidence viewing because I can get the testimony that they had a narrow. If Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing, that you did not gather it for the evidence viewing, would you disagree with her?
I believe that we were sent a list of what they wanted to see, and then, Your Honor, the first day that we.
If you notice, go ahead. Go ahead,
I
Danny.
was just saying they were doing a Korean thing. They were playing, Battleship, legal Battleship. So give me a list of the things you would like to see, and then I will divulge that to you. But I'm not going to show you all of the evidence.
Yeah, and what I was going to say was notice how the judge has shifted her questioning from clarifications to accusatory questions. The meter has swung there.
So if
Now
I
she's-
call back in Pat, you're telling me that if she testified to this, that you would agree with that, right? That's
Yerp.
yeah, very interrogatory.
I bet if she didn't have Botox laden face, she'd be surprised, or you could see fear or something.
It's in the eyes.
No, see, my sister came here to visit me a few years ago, and she being the second grade teacher that she is, she's like, oh my gosh, because I was dating a nurse at a cosmetic surgery clinic, a plastic surgery clinic at the time, so she was gonna give my sister Botox at medical cost, so she got like 6 or 7 injections for like $40, and she's like, oh my god, this is so great. And then like the first day, she was like, oh my gosh, I look so young. I look so fresh. And then she left Korea. She went back to teaching, and she calls me 2 days later and says, I fucking hate this, and I'm never going to do this Botox again. I'm like, well, why? And she said, because now when I look at my kids, I just go, I'm really angry at you. She said, I can't do my face. Should I just look at my kids? I'm like,
These are the days of our discontent.
Yeah. She's like, I can't give them my scary, make them stop in their tracks and glare. But I think we would see a modicum of surprise and fear in her face if we could. It is medically impossible right
We
now.
had done an evidence showing we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
And that, yeah, I understand what I'm trying to.
Yeah, answer the judge's question. They love it when you evade their questions.
See, and then, Your Honor, the first day that we had done an evidence showing, we didn't get through everything.
That's not what I asked you.
And then, yeah, I understand what I'm trying to. Then we had another day.
Pardon me?
We had a second day that was set up to.
I asked you if you would
continue.
disagree that Ms. Popple said that it was not that it was not included in the evidence viewing, not whether you got to it or whatever, but whether when they said we want evidence viewing, Ms. Popple said it was not part of the evidence viewing.
I don't know if it was or wasn't.
Would you disagree with her is what I'm asking.
I really don't know how to answer that.
Thank you.
Even the judge, that's the equivalent of the judge throwing her notes out, notepad on the desk and walking away.
Yeah.
Like, bitch, you ain't answering my questions. I'm done with you. You're toast.
Yep.
I mean, she's not answering the judge's questions. Why would you do that? Why would you evade the judge's
Because
question?
she knows the answer and
yeah.
she doesn't want to admit to it on the stand.
Yeah.
She should be
Yeah.
pleading the fifth. I mean, she shouldn't, because I think she has some immunity here, actually, but because it's not her call, right? It's the prosecutor who effed up here, not her per se.
She was just following orders.
Well, I mean, right? Like it's not like she could be like, here, defense, here's all this other evidence that we investigated that the prosecutor told me not to hand you. Here you go. Like her job is to investigate. The prosecutor's job is to prosecute.
If only she had investigated.
And if only the prosecutor would have done her job correctly, we would have been in this situation.
Morrissey, now that her case has gone down in flames off the shoulder of Orion, reminds me of those UFC fights where someone has a ton of attitude and disrespect, doesn't touch gloves, and then gets KO'd in 30 seconds. Pretty much.
I love those. I do. There's some sweet revenge. The best revenge is success.
Yeah, and that's why I was tweeting these things out. I'm like, holy shit, this is someone who was lacing this case. She was doing such an incredibly good job prosecuting this case, and it went from the top of the pile to absolute wreckage and carnage in about 30 minutes. The whole case went to shit in 6 hours. You went from being one of the best people around to being the worst. Brissy girl, would the investigators and others involved in this shit show be on the Brady lists now? Brady lists?
I don't know.
I don't know. What's a Brady
I
list?
don't know. Maybe clarify. Send us a clarifying comment.
Redirect.
I can't provide the video until she logs into the system. Mr.
You know, I don't even think the video is relevant. She did not view it until today, so you can look at it. But do you have any cross-exam for her?
I just need to develop my records, so I need to get.
Yeah, I just need to make it worse. Can we play the video, please, Judge? I need to make it worse for my own record.
At this point, I was like, oh, please play it for our entertainment. And then something so much better happened.
Oh, is this going to be? Are you asking if they're going to become a footnote to the Brady case notes at some point, like citing Brady and Morrissey kind of thing? Nah.
No, but they'll be a great example for law school.
Yeah, it would be a good one. It's what not to do.
This is what we don't do.
Runkle had an interesting theory that things kind of went down how Morrissey said, and the whole reason for making this hearing public was to kind of expose the cops. I don't know. Cops saying she was in on it. That's my problem with that theory. She just said
she also admits to being in on it in her own testimony.
Yeah.
So.
Oh, there's an actual site called Brady List. Huh. Okay. I was unaware of such a thing. Gotcha. Maybe. I don't know who runs it, but tell them to add him. If there's a list, she should be on it. Why not? The judge is pissed. I'll be the judge. The judge is definitely mad. When Hancock said prosecutors were there, when the decision was made, the judge had her mind made up. All she needed to know at that point was if Morrissey was the prosecutor. Well, she was, because this was in the middle of the Hannah Gutierrez trial, and she prosecuted it. So we knew before going into this she was there. This is just bad. It really is. It's just bad. I wish there was a different way of saying it, but it's bad. And everybody knows it's bad. And like I said, at this point, the judge already has the dismissal with prejudice written up. That's what the long lunch break was, because she goes, all right, I've heard all your shit. Now I'm going to make my ruling. And then she reads a very lengthy, very well worded, we're out of here letters. It was done at this point. But we were all watching going, oh my God, is she going to do this? Is she going to do this? And the dawning, but once you got in, you realized that she was literally reading this well-crafted thing. Oh yeah, she had this written up at lunch hour.
You can get the video in, okay? Are you going to get it in through her? Because I said it should come in from the person that wore the body camera.
I agree with you. He's here.
Okay, well, fine. So do you have any cross-examination for her?
Judge is mad. And literally this video she wants to bring in just makes it worse for her. Oh, well, it's not my case.
Corporal, as you sit here today,
do
you have any
as you
reason
sit here
to
today
believe
questions.
that the ammunition that was provided by Mr. Teskey came from the set of Rust?
No.
If only we had a way of checking that out. Yeah, go ahead, Danny.
If only the report didn't say something entirely contrary to what she just testified to.
Yeah, well, there's one way to make sure, let the defense look at it. Maybe give it to them and let them decide. And resist impulse. Resist impulse. Brady lists are lists of the cops prosecutors don't let on the stand because of their record violations, lies, etc.
Oh.
Yeah, I would add them to the list.
Yeah, definitely add them to the list.
And speaking of things to add to the list,
it does make you wonder, though, doesn't it, Jeff? If there's a Brady list, why the hell do these people have jobs?
I don't know.
If their job is to enforce the law and trial, the whole purpose of trial is to come to a better understanding of the truth. If there's any dispute about the way in which they enforce the law, and you can't trust them to testify, then why the hell should they have a job? I'm just curious.
Yeah, that's Strawberry.
That's very cute. That's very, very cute. That's a big belly and a big doggy. It's very cute. Makes me want my dog. Damn it. Okay, press play.
Yep, let's go.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
When you say that there were discussions and the decision was made by all of you to put that ammo in a separate file, right? Is that correct? You said that?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Ms. Morrissey part of that discussion?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oof.
Let me give the court an offer of proof. And if Mr.
Yeah, just to avoid any misunderstanding, was Morrissey involved? Yep.
Spyro wants me to, I'll testify under oath. Sure, absolutely, I'm happy to.
See, and I like that too. Well, if you want me to, if I need to, I can testify. Oh, you're testifying under oath, says the judge.
Well,
Yeah,
no,
you're gonna
she says, oh, if you want to. And she goes, yeah, I'm happy to. Watch the judge, because she's like, you don't have to, right?
Well, that was later. This is the first time it came up.
Oh,
When she goes,
okay.
I'm prepared to testify under
play it
oath.
again, play it again.
Yeah, and the judge says, "Oh, you're testifying under oath."
And if Mr. Spyro wants me to, I'll testify under oath. Sure, absolutely, I'm happy to.
You are going to testify under
I'm
oath.
showing you State's Exhibit
And then it was
16.
later she said you don't need to. So now I have to.
How do you know that's related to the said rust?
Because it was collected during a search.
Did it come from the scene?
Yes, I believe that one did come from the church.
State's Exhibit 29, how do you know that's related to the set of rust?
That was the casing that Marissa collected.
State's Exhibit 10, how do you know that's related to the set of rust?
Collected.
All of these photographs and all of the items that are in evidence, how do you know they're related to the set of rust?
Because we got them from Rust, or during the investigation or some part of the investigation.
How do you know these rounds were in any way related to the set of rust?
I don't.
Okay. Let's bring in.
That
I don't.
That didn't go the way I think she thinks it went.
I don't think Morrissey gets the problem. I really don't. Because even in her testimony and her little word salad, she's not understanding the problem here.
And nor is the lead duck lips.
Mm-hmm.
It's how do you know this came? We did it. How do you know this came from the set? Because it did. How do you know this came from the set? Did. But how can you be sure it came from the set? I can't.
Yep.
All
They're not getting
right.
it. They're not getting the problem here.
And
Even
again,
when the defense spells it out to them, they're not getting it.
yeah, so the testers go. So it would have been nice if we could see whether or not these other rounds came from the set, but we
That's
can't.
the whole
can
point. They're not getting it.
Nor is
Randall, if that's his. Are you finishing? Yes, I'm sorry.
Andrew's
I've
mom.
got
This is
it.
excuse. Thank
Okay.
you.
We can respectfully disagree with her. Other
Your next witness?
Look at the judge is done. I mean, that's how she looks 99% of the time, but she looks like extra that way.
Yep.
She's like extra done looking.
Yep.
Your next witness?
She's literally twiddling her thumbs.
I just am so glad Johnson's not there for this part. She was so smart to get out of there. This witness is also not necessary except to show the video, and I'm so glad they showed the video.
Oh yeah. Like I said, it literally made Morrissey's position worse.
The penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
State your name, sir.
It's Lieutenant Brian Brandel
How are
Wait,
you
when
currently
was he
employed?
sworn in?
at the Santa Fe County Sheriff's
What was that?
When was he sworn in?
Just like right now,
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I think.
Office.
And do you know why you're here to testify today?
Yes.
Were you present when a gentleman by the name of Troy Teskey brought ammunition?
Well, see, the funny thing is, let's see. Let's go back here. Right. Well, this is
in
interesting.
Brandel.
How this ended is interesting.
Yes, I'm sorry. I
This
apologize.
is excuse. Thank
Okay.
you.
Did you catch that?
How do you know these rounds were in any way related to the set of rust?
I don't.
Okay.
Right.
Let's bring in,
She was so messed up, she didn't excuse the witness. That's how effed up she was. She didn't release her witness.
Right.
She's like, okay, let's bring in the next person. And he's like, so can she leave? She's, oh, yeah, right. Sorry.
Yeah, but like, I don't
that's
think
his
the guy got
second.
sworn in.
Yes, I'm
either.
sorry. I
Witness's
apologize.
excuse.
Yeah, she didn't excuse her own witness. That's how screwed up she is at this moment. Morrissey is she's fighting. She's flustered. I mean, I don't think I've ever seen someone not release their own witness ever.
I've seen a bunch of greenies do it, you know, when this is like their first go around. But yeah, I get what
maybe.
you're saying.
Yeah, that's how discombobulated she was. She's like, all right, next. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. I guess you can. Sean's available. Send him a link. He's been here. He's been here for the whole thing. He had to go elsewhere. So yeah, he was here until like 5 minutes ago. All right. Bring in Detective Body Cam.
Do you swear affirm under
There he's
penalty
being
of law
sworn
that
in.
the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Have a seat. Talk into the microphone.
Oh, there it was. Okay. Just uber
State your
fast.
name, sir.
It's Lieutenant Brian Brandel
I'll be
How are
right
you
back.
currently
Jeff.
employed?
at
Okay.
the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office.
And do you know why you're here to testify today?
Yes.
Actually, Jeff, I'm really sorry. I'm
present
not
when-
feeling my
when the-
best, so I'm going to have to call it a night early. Is that okay?
If you have to.
I'm sorry. I'm
All
sorry.
right.
Everybody make sure that you enjoy watching Jeff's reaction to this. I know I will as I go and lay down for bed. Your docile tones will lure me to sleep. Thank you so much, Jeff. Have a great night.
Thanks for stopping in, Danny. Talk to you later. Bye. Everybody go to Danny on Direct and make sure you subscribe to her and like everything she's done. It's just me and the dog now. So all right, let's get into this and I'll provide my commentary as we go.
The name of Troy Teskey brought ammunition into the sheriff's department?
Yes, I was.
And at the time, were you running your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And has that now been provided to me?
Yes.
Now, just so that we're clear, when you ran your body-worn camera, how did you preserve that video?
It is uploaded into a WatchGuard cloud.
And when you upload them to a WatchGuard cloud, do you
All
link
right,
them
we-
to a case number?
We have to lay
Yes, they
all
can
this
be linked to a
foundation
case number.
stuff.
Was this video linked to a case number?
I don't recall. I'd have to look at the video, but I believe so.
Okay, and we have the video. I'm trying to. It's transferring over there? Okay, great.
All right, this is Teskey bringing the ammunition into the police station. That's what this video is. When they get to it, we can help them along here.
Did you
Oh, there we go.
No, I did not.
have you watched the video today?
Yes.
Did you watch it with me?
No, I did not.
I have no idea where it is now, so.
Well, we're going to have to mark it before we publish it.
Do you want me to put it on a flash drive for the court and
Or
mark it
like
that way?
move it into evidence.
Sure, I'm working on pulling it up.
Yeah, sure.
Do you know the date that this was recorded?
I believe it was March 6th, 2024.
Would this be State's Exhibit 2?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I think it is. I'm gonna
Just
show
like,
you
I don't
where
know what
I'm
you're
going to
calling
mark
it.
as State's Exhibit 2. Can we display?
Yeah, well, you're publishing it and, but go ahead. I mean,
I'm not sure what,
all right.
do you want to see the video or no?
I do want to see the video.
Okay.
Okay.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
What are we looking at?
That's the hallway area of the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office, I believe, near the first secure.
Resist
entrance
impulse.
into
This
our
is the
area.
cement shoes drying on her feet. Yeah, pretty much. Thank you. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Is
All
there
right.
a reason that we don't have volume?
It does have a pre-record. That's just audio. And at the time when I initiate the activation, then it has audio. And
No, it's-
to be
it's the other
correct,
way
I was
around.
in the hallway headed towards
It has
that
video, then
area.
it has.
No, why don't we have audio? Does it take 30 seconds for the audio to come on?
Why is it, she's like yelling at this guy? She's calling him. She's like yelling. Why do we have audio on this? Like, what are you yelling at this guy for? He doesn't want to be there. You brought him in because he has to do this. Don't yell at him.
It's when I activate it. So I believe it is set to a 30-second pre-video.
The dogs
And then
usually
once I
sleep on the
activate
sofa,
the
and then
camera,
by
the
morning they
audio
come and
comes on.
sleep
Yes.
at the bottom of the bed on the floor. He's like lurking around the corner.
Lieutenant, so nice to meet you. I've got some evidence. You do this out here? Because I should probably write out something to go with this. Like a chain. No, we don't have a chain test. So, yeah, kind of thing.
Now, the guy that's bringing these in, not only is he a friend of Thel Reed, he's also apparently a retired police lieutenant. So that's why he's calling himself Lieutenant so-and-so, and he seems to know what he's supposed to do and where he's supposed to do it at. Meister Hubs, come back soon. We'll put you back on camera.
Are you okay, Leslie?
Now it's just me. Even the dogs have left me.
Where was Marissa? Went back to her area? There he is.
Strawberry was just getting a ball.
Wherever you want to go to get that. Can go to the interview. Sure.
Now.
I can fill out a statement or something. Where's the statement?
Jeez, Detective Meatball there. If I'm ever being chased, involved in a foot chase with a cop, I want it to be this cop, because then I at least have a chance. Okay, so here this is during the middle of Hannah Gutierrez Reed's trial. He's saying, I brought this and I gave it to the defense, but they didn't want it. They didn't want the evidence.
That's fair. That's fair. But you guys are not.
Yeah, I don't care what you do. I just don't want to have it.
And she's like, the defense. He's like, the defense didn't want it, so I'm not going to carry this around. I'm giving it to you guys.
They're from the set?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, Meatball is a woman. That's why I was very careful not to genderfy it. I didn't know if it was male or female. I just wanted Meatball to be.
Did you hear what the gentleman said?
Yes.
Was he asked if they were from the set?
Yes.
What was his response?
No.
Or do you want me to write down?
Let me start with, what is your name, sir? Troy. Troy, for what?
Troy Teskey.
Troy Teskey. I don't know. I'm not quite sure why he answered it that way. What's your name? Troy. It's like Leroy Jenkins.
Troy Teskey. T-E-S-K-E. I've got all kinds of identification. You should see them.
And were you getting called by?
Retired police officer.
By the defense. Defense, okay. But they didn't end up using it. Okay.
Here's my police ID. And then I'm also a judge. You need to see that.
Okay, so they're gonna have you bring 45 rounds?
Yeah, and at the last minute.
They talked to
The
her,
defense.
him on the phone. They said that they're gonna have somebody pick up from Sarasota, which they never do. Okay, so he drives out here just in case.
Becky, this is my story.
Okay, but get it out. Don't want it anymore. This is.
Oh, it
Sir, do
is.
you recall-
Hey, Meatball is Philip Seymour Hoffman. Huh. All right. Okay. In fairness, she's not a police comp. She's a crime scene technician, so she doesn't chase after bad guys. But anyway, the reason I was stopping this is to make the point. I already made it, and I'm sure everybody knows, but just in case there are some people that are wondering, the defense that said no to this evidence, that said we don't need it, we don't want to get it out of here, was Hannah Gutierrez Reed's defense. And this is a completely new case with new defense lawyers. So what Hannah Gutierrez Reed's lawyers don't want has nothing to do with Alec Baldwin's case and what his defense lawyers want. So That's you can't say, well, the defense knew about it because he said they told him. That was another defense team.
All this conversation?
Yes, I do.
Do you know when Mr. Teskey is talking about being called as a witness in the Gutierrez trial, do you recall which side he was being called by?
I only learned that when he identified that.
What side?
On the defense side.
And when he said that he brought ammunition, but they didn't want to use it, was he referring to the prosecution or the defense?
Right.
Do you have any basis to know that?
Yeah, well, if he doesn't, I'm assuming he'll tell me.
But it's the defense.
Anyway, yeah. They told me no. The defense attorney said, hey, why don't you bring those rounds? And I thought, and 2 times, Hancock and then Morrissey.
Q says, who probably had communications at some point with Alec Baldwin's lawyer, lol. Spyro never talked to Hannah Gutierrez's lawyer. No. I would be incredibly surprised. There would be no reason for them to talk to each other, for Baldwin's lawyer to talk to Gutierrez's lawyer, because they're at odds here. Hannah's lawyer is saying, no, it was all Baldwin's fault. And Baldwin is saying, no, it's all Hannah's fault. So the lawyers wouldn't be cooperating with each other.
Hancock first said way back on November 5th. And November 5th, 2021, which was a week after the shooting. Seth Kinney called me, Seth.
This wasn't, Spyro had to watch Hannah's trial though. Yeah, but this wasn't mentioned in the trial. The trial is happening in real time as he's in the office, which is why the lead detective Duck Lips and Morrissey couldn't be here in this room. They were in court. They were in the middle of the Hannah Gutierrez trial.
But, Seth, he was a friend of mine, and Seth Kinney called me from Hancock's office. She was a detective at the time. And he said, you're on the record? I want to know what's going on. Because I have these rounds from, it's the same batch. They came from Joe Swanson.
Okay.
You know him too?
I know everybody. I've dealt with this case a lot.
You're the perfect person to what's your first name?
Marissa.
Marissa? Oh.
Yeah, I apologize. I'm the crime scene technician.
All right. Well, I better jot that down. But I have some good notes on it. So my big concern was having. They said, "Oh, okay." I said, "I have these rounds. I have a whole bunch of rounds."
Okay.
Or a bunch. And then they. I said, "Well, you probably don't want me to send you the whole batch. You want me to just pull something out and send you a picture." I took a picture with my phone, sent it to Seth, and he was in the office with Hancock. And they looked at it, and Seth said, "Yeah, this is evidence from the accidental shooting."
Now, when you say they're from the same batch of
Yes.
live rounds?
Yes.
Okay.
If you know the case, Phil Reed had a whole bunch of live rounds.
Yes.
And Seth and Phil went to Yellowstone 1884, 1883, and he was teaching people how to shoot with these rounds.
Right.
Then they left there, and they just came from Arizona, and then they came back and went to another set, which was.
And that's all we've got.
Sir, why did your video end there?
Because I walked out of the interview and was attempting to, or I did contact Detective Hancock to see who this individual was and why he was there turning in evidence, like he called it.
Okay. Did you know what it was evidence of?
He mentioned that it was tied to the Rust case.
Well, did he say in the video that it was not from the set of Rust?
No,
You didn't hear him say that?
I don't recall him saying that.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed a resist impulse. Dang it. Oh, yeah, come on, Danny. Logic isn't allowed in government. Sorry. I skipped over that. I apologize for that. I was going to point out Vegas Raiders here. Vegas Raiders Apologies. Do you think the prosecutor sandbagged him with over a terabyte of data to overwhelm him and further hide this evidence? Well, see, this is one of the things that they mentioned. Please stop licking at yours unless you're paying the hospital bills, dog. Thank you very much. That was one of the things they mentioned was these weren't even in that terabyte of data that they sent over. This wasn't even in there, which is, that caused Morrissey to say, well, it's 2 pages. How I don't know. How do I know if it's in there or not in there? I didn't know it wasn't in there. You're the prosecutor. It's your job to know it's in there. So yeah, it wasn't even in there, and she was trying to use that as an excuse. But it really wasn't a good time for her to say, well, I don't know if I didn't know it wasn't in what we sent over. It's her job.
I stopped it and I asked you what he said. Do you remember giving that testimony?
Yes.
Okay.
Sorry, yes.
So the gentleman said on the video, it was not from the set of rest.
Yes.
Okay. And you called corporate.
And why should we believe him? Why shouldn't we tell the defense and let the defense question him? Why shouldn't we know about this? What you said it was? You said it wasn't from? Okay, never mind. All right, we'll take you at your word, and then we're going to hide it. No.
Corporal Hancock, right?
Correct.
And do you recall the conversation you had with her?
Yes, I asked her, an individual's here, gave her the name. I said, he claims that he has evidence. How do you want me to proceed turning it in and documenting it? Or if she was available to come over and interview him. And at that time, you guys were still involved in the Hannah Reed case. So she was unavailable, and she asked that it be documented, and she would have to do further investigation onto it and interviews.
Okay. I'll pass the witness. I don't know if you have any questions.
Yeah, we lost Dr. Ruth and Richard Simmons in the same day. How's that?
Do you want me to disconnect? Do you want to leave it here?
I don't think.
You don't need it? Okay.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
The witness that was in the precinct told you he was a retired police officer, correct?
Yes.
He offered to make a statement multiple times, correct?
Yes.
Told you he was a witness multiple times, correct?
He did mention that.
Yeah. Told you he had evidence multiple times?
He did call it evidence, yes, but we had to confirm that.
You, officer, I'm sorry. Well, not you are not the one who decides if it's evidence or not. Maybe you can give it to the prosecution, let the prosecution decide if it's evidence for the prosecution. But do you know who gets to choose whether or not it's evidence for the defense side? That would be the defense. So him go, we had to decide whether it was evidence or not. That ain't on you. It's now in your hands. It goes to the prosecutor sends it over to them. That's how it should work in theory.
That it is in fact evidence, which is why I relayed to Detective Hancock that she needed to conduct an interview with him.
And what did Detective Hancock say on the phone? Tell me everything about that conversation.
They were still at the trial, and that she would follow up with him and the evidence as well.
And that would have really messed up the trial, right? If they had taken that evidence and doctored it and let anybody know, right?
I'm sorry, rephrase that?
That would have messed up the trial, right?
I don't believe it was used in the trial because it was never collected on our investigation.
And when Ms. Popple comes into the room, or when your camera comes in the room, she says, I've dealt with this case a lot, right?
Yes.
And Teskey says, you're the perfect person, right?
Yes.
And it was obvious from the conversation that Ms. Popple knew who Joe Swanson was, who Seth Kenny was, right?
Yeah, she was familiar with him.
Yeah. And that interview of him continued, correct?
I believe he was speaking on his own accord. We weren't conducting an interview. He was just there to turn in the evidence that he claimed he had.
Oh, that's not that. So
yeah, turn in the what? What was that word? You turn in the what? Oh, evidence. Yeah, okay. So even he's calling it evidence.
He was just there to turn in the evidence that he claimed he had.
Oh, that's not that. So that's your testimony, sir. That if law enforcement is sitting with the witness and the witness is giving information and law enforcement's asking questions and the witness continues to give information, that's not an interview?
Law enforcement wasn't asking questions. That was our crime scene tech.
No, not a single question was asked in that entire body cam?
I don't believe that I asked a question pertaining to the case, other than believing it was evidence that was already part of the Hannah Reed case, and there was already a chain of custody until after he began disclosing where the evidence came from. That's when I learned that it wasn't actually part of that investigation, or it wasn't collected by our agency. It wasn't our actual evidence that was collected.
It wasn't our actual
Right.
evidence?
And you know, I don't have all of your police reports for all of your cases every time you get evidence, right? But fair to say sometimes evidence is developed by people coming into the precinct and turning evidence?
Correct, yes.
Okay. And you write in your report, it should be noted that this is not actual evidence. That's what you write in your report.
I believe pertaining to our initial investigation.
It should be noted that this is not actual evidence from the death investigation collected by SFSO detectives. That's what you wrote, right?
Correct, and it wasn't collected by our detectives for the investigation. The initial investigation.
I don't understand that. Can you explain that to me?
So the evidence that was brought, I was indicating because we didn't know if it was tied to the investigation. And Detective Hancock asked that we tie it to a separate case number until further investigation could be completed. So I didn't want someone or anyone to assume that it was actually evidence that we collected tied to this investigation.
And so that was at the direction of Detective Hancock?
No, I wrote that on my own accord.
Well, you may have written that sentence on your own accord, but I think as you just testified, Detective Hancock, who was at the courthouse with Ms. Morrissey at the time, directed you to put it under a different identification number, correct?
Correct, pending further investigation.
Okay. You were involved.
Dang, that's just bad. That's just bad. Put it under another case number pending we check it out.
Actually, you're copied on some emails with evidence viewing in this case.
I believe so, yes.
Right. You have no reason to believe that law enforcement ever showed this evidence to the defense, correct?
Correct.
I have nothing further for this witness.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, this witness is excused. Next witness.
I don't think I have any other witnesses.
All
I'm
right.
happy to provide the information myself.
All right, we're going to take a bathroom break, and we'll be back in 3:30, okay? Or 3:25, okay?
I misspoke. I said she wrote the order at lunch. I believe this is where she's writing the order. The order was clearly written before she gave it. So, and this was the last break. I think she heard all the witnesses, and then she went back and said, let's take a bathroom break for a while so I can write this order to dismiss with prejudice up. At this point, it's done. It's over. She's made her decision. Everything from here on out, she doesn't need to hear. And Morrissey going on the stand is just, I don't know, her wanting to get the last word in, her just wanting to, grandstand or something. I don't know why she would do that. Why she would go on the stand. Even the judge says you don't need to be on the stand. So I need to preserve the record.
Thank you. We're in recess.
Let me skip through the recess. Wait, did Law and Crime do that for us?
Morrissey's question during the break.
I'm not staying here.
Oh, and I like we want Morrissey sequestered during the break. I missed that the first time. We don't want Morrissey to be talking to anybody or going anywhere.
Public.
Court is on break. Court is still on break.
Sorry, frankly.
Mr. Spiro to call. So you, well, okay, so just clear, you're.
All right, we're back.
We're back on the record.
The report indicated that you wanted me under oath, and I'm happy to do that. Where would you like me?
Well, okay, so just clear, you're a witness, okay? So you can say oath or whatever, but are you calling yourself as a witness? Or do you want Mr. Spiro to call you as a witness?
It doesn't matter to me. How do you want to do it?
I don't think it's necessary, frankly, for this evidentiary record for me to call Ms. Morrissey. I know what happened.
See, this is the thing. You had the judge saying, oh, no, you're going to testify under oath. And then the judge has heard enough. She doesn't need to hear anymore. She's made her decision. So he's like, I don't need you to testify. But I want to testify. And even the defense lawyer's going, nah, we don't need to do this. And then the judge is checking, are you sure you want to be a witness? Are you sure you want to go on the stand? And she's like, yep.
And the report doesn't matter. I don't think we need anything further.
Okay, do you want to call yourself as a witness? No, well, just a minute. So he's willing, as I understand it, to rest now. Okay? Now, you don't have to say anything under oath if you don't want to.
No, I'm happy to.
Okay, so not only happy to, I It doesn't matter to me whether you call yourself as a witness. It doesn't matter to the defense whether you call yourself as a witness. So if you're calling yourself as a witness, there's no one here that's requiring you to be called as a witness.
She really doesn't want her to testify. You can come up here and do this, but I don't think you should. And she's not listening.
Information, everything that happened in this regard, especially as it pertains to me, needs to come out in the public.
All right, so you're calling yourself as a witness.
And I am, and it was my understanding that the court indicated to me previously that you wanted me to testify. I understand you've now changed your mind. I think it's a good idea if I do it. Where would you like me?
Judge Morrissey, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Don't waive your constitutional rights, Morrissey. Don't do it. It's not good. Blaze07 says, I think she takes the stand to cover her butt about how involved she was in how the evidence was filed. I think she didn't know the cops put it under another case number. Well, that's what she said. But that's what she says here. She didn't know it was under another case number. But at this point, you have to ask yourself, why should we believe anything she says? Morrissey, don't take the stand.
Do you want me here at the podium?
No, I'm
okay, sure.
She's acting all smug, like she's gonna solve all the world's problems here.
All right, Ms. Morrissey.
Just tell me where you want
voluntarily
me.
calling herself as a witness without any requirement by the court to do so, or Mr. Spiro asking her to. Please raise your right hand.
That's a good.
You swear affirmatively.
That's a good analogy, Otto. It's like Jack Nicholson in A Few Good Men.
I do.
All right, go ahead.
During my investigation of this case and my review of the evidence in this case, I came to understand that there was a large batch of live ammunition that was in the possession of Thel Reed, Hannah Gutierrez's father. I also understood from all of the evidence and testimony that a portion of that batch of ammunition that belonged to Thel Reed was taken by Thel Reed and Seth Kinney to the 1883 cowboy training camp. When that was over, leftover ammunition was taken back to PDQ props. Seth Kinney took some of the ammunition from that container that he had brought back from Texas and turned it into the sheriff's department. And it appeared to me that he did it to try to exonerate himself. They took it from Mr. Kinney and they tagged it into evidence under the Rust case. Law enforcement then executed a search warrant at PDQ Props and they took the entire container. And I will say that I do agree, as I recall, although I don't have it in front of me, I do agree that the search warrant didn't really require law enforcement to take everything, but it was my understanding that Mr. Kinney gave them everything so that they would have it and could tag it into evidence. Portions of that ammunition were then sent to the FBI for testing so that they could be compared to the live rounds that were found on the set of Rust. The FBI testing demonstrated that the live rounds that were taken from PDQ Props that were originally in Texas did not match the live rounds on the set of Rust.
Well, and how do we know that? We're just supposed to take everybody's word for it, right? Why should the defense believe you? There's no reason the defense should believe you. That it never left Arizona. It didn't matter. Why? How do we know this? We don't know this because you didn't tell anybody.
And that's testimony that we heard during the Gutierrez trial. So what ended up happening was Mr. Bowles, Ms. Gutierrez's lawyer, put Mr. Teskey on a witness list and was intending to call him as a witness to the Gutierrez trial. I conducted a pretrial interview of Mr. Teskey, and I want to back up. I did at this point have some understanding that Mr. Teskey had had contact with law enforcement regarding these rounds that he still had in Arizona. So these are rounds that never left Arizona. They were always in the possession of Thel Reed and Troy Teskey. They never went to Texas. They never came to New Mexico. That's what all of the evidence indicated. So I understood that Detective Hancock had communication with Mr. Teskey about trying to get those rounds, and Detective Hancock was unable to get those rounds from Mr. Teskey. I did not find that particularly concerning because those rounds had never left Arizona. The filming of Rust was in the state of New Mexico. And the rounds that were taken from PDQ went from Arizona to Texas to Albuquerque. So ammunition that is in the state of Arizona that has never left Arizona.
Says you again, says you. There's no way to back this up. They weren't allowed to question the guy. This is the problem. Why do we have to believe her? We don't. We weren't okay. You said it. All right. Well, I guess it must be true then. Nope. That's why this is so damn frustrating. If they had just given this stupid 2-page report, if they had just turned over this ammo, or even alerted the defense to the existence of the ammo and let them decide whether they want to look at it or not, we wouldn't be sitting here. We'd be going to day 4 of testimony on Monday. But because they couldn't be bothered to do this 2-page report and bullet turnover, here we are. He walks out a free man, never to see the inside of a courtroom on this case again. That pisses me off. It really does. It's frustrating, but that's the reality of the situation that we've got here. We don't know that anything she is saying is true. We have no reason to believe anything she's saying is true. And all they had to do was let the defense at it. And here, being as generous as I can, because we got a few things here. Why was it put under the other evidence? Okay, that they've explained that. Let's just take them at their word. What happened after that? Did they bury it on purpose? Did they try to keep it away from the defense? And how did the defense find out? Giving this thing the best possible spin, the most innocent spin I can think of, doesn't change anything, which is that they put it under they were in the middle of the trial. They said, all right, put it under this new case number. We don't know if we have to check it out. We have to investigate. We have to look at it later. They do that. And then they get caught back up in the Hannah Gutierrez trial. And then generously, perhaps they forgot about it. They put it in the evidence because they put it under a different case file. They forgot about it. And how did the defense come into it? Perhaps his name just Teskey. Perhaps Teskey calls the defense, Alec Baldwin's defense, and says, I gave these guys a bunch of ammo during Hannah's trial. And do you have it? Have they mentioned that? The prosecution hasn't mentioned that when they were talking about rounds. Do you guys know about this? And that sets the whole thing off. That's the most innocent, innocuous spin I can put on what and how might have happened. And none of that erases the fact that whether it was intentional or whether they just forgot about it. It doesn't erase the fact they had evidence that didn't get turned over to the defense. And that is utterly, utterly inexcusable. However it happened, there is no excuse for not turning over evidence to the defense and letting them decide whether it's relevant or not. I said I'm just giving it the best possible, most innocent spin I can think of. I don't think they forgot about it.
Did not strike me that it had significant evidentiary value. Then, when I will say.
Oh, I didn't read the rest of it. I forgot. No, the lead investigator was making calls over and over, according to her own words. Yep, of course. Well, it may have been for, like, we don't know because there was no record of all of these phone calls that she allegedly made. She could have been saying that to try to cover her ass for forgetting about him. We just don't know, and that's the problem. I hate this case.
I believe I actually saw a photo of it. At that point in time, I was able to look at the ammunition myself, and it was visibly dissimilar than the rounds from the set of rust. We then cut to November of 2023. Mr. Bowles has put Mr. Teskey on a witness list for the Hannah Gutierrez case. We conducted a pretrial interview with Mr. Teskey on November 2nd of 2023. At that point in time, he brought up that he was still in possession of these live rounds that were Thel Reed's live rounds that had never left the state of Arizona. I then, when he started, I think he indicated during the pretrial interview that they were from the same batch that was sourced from Joe Swanson. And I then said, we should get those from you. I had a conversation with Detective Hancock after that pretrial interview about how we could get the rounds from Mr. Teskey, and we were trying to figure out if we could send a local law enforcement agency to pick them up. I was then decided that I needed to figure out if that was necessary since they had never left Arizona. And up to that point, it was my impression that they did not match the live rounds from the set of rust. I then, as I recall, reached out to Mr. Bowles. He and I had a conversation about whether or not the rounds should be tested by the FBI. And I was still trying to figure out if I could get the rounds from Arizona to New Mexico. So I asked Mr. Bowles to please send me a photograph of the rounds from Troy Teskey so that I could see with my eyes whether they were even remotely similar. If they were similar, I could go through the steps of obtaining the ammunition, connecting probably with local law enforcement, having a local law enforcement agency go to Mr. Teskey's residence and collect them. I didn't want to do that if they didn't look anything like the rounds from the set of rust, because all 6 rounds from the set of rust are identical to each other. So when I had this conversation with Mr. Bowles, he provided me the photograph that I showed this morning. And this is it was my understanding that this was a photograph from Troy Teskey. So Troy and I don't communicate. He's a defense witness. I can't communicate with a defense witness. So Mr. Bowles, as I recall, texted me this photo, and this is a photo that Mr. Teskey took at my request so that I could determine whether this ammunition was related in any way to the set of rust, because it never left the state of Arizona. So if it never left the state of Arizona, the only way that it is relevant to the rust investigation is if it has any similarity to the live rounds that were found on the set.
Again, says you that it didn't leave the state of Arizona. Says you.
Of rust, because we were at that point trying to figure out the source of the live rounds. When I received this photograph from Mr. Bowles, I could immediately tell that.
Yes, I don't think she's in a hole. She realizes how deep of a hole she's in, and now she is scrabbling desperately at the very smooth sides of this hole in a last-ditch effort to scrabble out of that hole, and it ain't working. It says multiple witnesses. No. Who said this never left the state of Arizona? Who said that ammunition never left the state of Arizona? Her. She says someone said it never left Arizona. That's her saying it. She said someone else said it never left Arizona. We don't know, and all they had to do was give it to the defense, and we're not here. That's all they had to do.
These are very dissimilar from the live rounds that were found on the set of rust. They have brass primers. So this is what was presented to the prosecution as the rounds that were in Mr. Teskey's possession. They have brass primers and not silver primers.
Okay, what I mean is it never came into New Mexico. Yeah, it went from Arizona to Texas to Arizona. And I should say she should have said never entered New Mexico would be a more appropriate way of saying that.
One of them, the one on the left, appears to be a Starline brass casing, but they have truncated cone projectiles. We had seen ammunition that looked exactly like this, not exactly, but very, very similar. And that ammunition was the ammunition that was collected from the sheriff's department and went to the FBI for testing and was determined not to be similar in any way to the live rounds on the set of Rust. So when I saw this photograph, I could see that it was not at all similar to the live rounds on the set of Rust. And I decided not to take any steps to collect this ammunition because
I decided. She's the arbiter of what the defense gets to see. No, that is not how that works at all. She's not the arbiter of what the defense gets to. She made the decision that it wasn't relevant. She made the decision to do these. She is not the decider. Mystery Singer says, Hannah allegedly brought the ammo on the set, then did not check the bullets. There's pics of live bullets on the set for several days. If not for Hannah, Helena would be alive today. Well, it's not an if not for. It's including. If David Halls had done his job to make sure that Hannah was doing her job and to check the weapon to make sure it was cold, Alec Baldwin would be alive. If Hannah hadn't done what she did, Alec Baldwin would be alive. Sorry. Helena Hutchins would be alive. Sorry, Helena. If Hannah had done her job, Helena would be alive. If not for Alec Baldwin pointing a weapon at a woman and pulling the trigger, she would be alive. So there's every separate people can be guilty of separate crimes involved in the death of Helena Hutchins. But what we have here is the prosecution deciding what the defense gets to see, and now we don't know what the jury would have decided. Will there be a mistrial of the Gutierrez case? There can't be a mistrial because the trial's over. It would be an appeal or a motion for a new trial through the appeals. And as Sean pointed out earlier, I mean, although their lawyer said we don't want that new evidence, that opens the gate probably for a very good argument of ineffective assistance of counsel by Hannah Gutierrez, and she gets a new trial. And whether they would retry her or not, I don't know. But the first step has got to be to get the appeal. And she filed her appeal in May, and I'm fairly sure there's going to be some revisions to her grounds for appeal based on what happened here.
Because it was in Arizona, had never come to New Mexico, and didn't match the live rounds on the set of Rust. So what ends up happening is Mr. Teskey is called to New Mexico by Mr. Bowles to testify at the Gutierrez trial. And you can hear on the video that the court heard Mr. Teskey say, the defense attorney, that's not me, asked him to bring samples of that ammunition. According to Mr. Teskey, he brought the samples of the ammunition, showed them to the defense attorney, and the defense attorney said, I don't want those. I'm not going to use those. And by the way, I'm not going to call you as a witness. So Mr. Teskey sat
and by the way, that's a different defense counsel.
And then at some point contacted the deputies downstairs and said, I have this ammunition. So he tried to give it to the defense attorney, who's the person who asked him to bring it. The defense attorney said no. And he then tried to get a hold of Detective Hancock, who was not available because she was with me. So then he ends up going to the sheriff's department, and he leaves the ammunition at the sheriff's department. I was contacted, I don't think it was the same day, but I'm not 100% sure. It's possible that it was, by Detective Hancock, and she indicated that Troy Teskey had dropped off ammunition at the sheriff's department. Because I had already asked for a photograph of it, I believed that that ammunition was going to look like the photograph that Mr. Bowles had sent me. Corporal Hancock indicated that she was going to tag them into evidence and she was going to create what she called a doc report. And I said, great, do that. I was not aware at that point in time that a doc report would not have the same case number as Rust. I was not aware at that point in time that it would not be linked to the Rust case number. I understood that he had dropped off ammunition that I believed to not look similar to the ammunition from the set of Rust. And I had no idea that it wasn't going to have the same case number. I want to show the court, though, when Mr. Teskey showed up to testify with the ammunition that Mr. Bowles told him to bring to the state of New Mexico, he was not called as a witness, and Mr. Bowles said, I'm not taking that ammunition from you. That's why. Because these are photographs from Hannah Gutierrez's cell phone extraction, and they show spot-on match for the live rounds found on the set of Rust. This is clearly the reason that Mr. Bowles said, you and your ammunition better get out of here, because it would not have hurt the case, the state's case against Hannah Gutierrez. It would have been the best evidence I could have hoped for. These look exactly like the ammunition, the actual ammunition that we have in evidence. And they do look like the 3 rounds that are in that envelope. So when Mr. Teskey couldn't get Mr. Bowles to take them because they were the best evidence against his client, he took them over to the sheriff's department. And when he dropped them at the sheriff's department, I was told that there was going to be a report. There was a report. I assumed they looked like these. And Detective Hancock indicated to me that because he dropped them off and he didn't wait for her, she was then going to try to follow up with him, take a statement from him, so that we could get some idea where they came from, what the relevance was, if there was any relevance at all. And he never returned her phone calls. And that's all of the information that I can give the court, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
And he's got questions. But real quick here, just a couple of things to address here. Just a couple of comments that I wanted to comment on. Miku's headphone says Teskey literally says in the video that he didn't take the bullets out of Arizona other than New Mexico. Teskey's not a witness, and what he said in that video is not witness testimony. She said right there he was not called as a witness by either side. So it's her saying this, that this was done. She is the witness that's saying this. We have no reason to believe her. His statement that he never did it is completely irrelevant because the defense Baldwin's defense never got a chance to cross-examine him, never got a chance to ask him, never got a question to interview him. So what he said doesn't have any evidentiary weight, and what she said doesn't have any evidentiary weight. We shouldn't trust her. It should have been turned over. And I mean, Meek, are you saying that the defense the prosecution shouldn't have turned over the ammunition? Are you saying that they didn't have to do that? Because they did. Do we know for sure it was Bowles? It could have been, but she said it was Bowles. But and Bouillon was fired by Hannah pretty early on. If you remember, he was made to stand in the corner and was prohibited from talking to her for the rest of the day. And then finally they just let him go. Or was that at the very end? Oh, he was fired at the very end. That's right. It was like right at the end of her trial. Sorry. Mystery Singer. Alec was told cold gun. Helena asked him to point the gun at the camera, and that really holds no weight for this reason. I'm going to give you a gun, Mystery Singer, and I don't know what your life situation is, but let's a loved one, whether it's mother, father, children, whatever. I give you a gun, or Alec Baldwin gives you a gun, or someone on a set, an armorer gives you a gun. David Halls gives you a gun, and you know so little about these people, you don't even know their names. You didn't know Hannah Gutierrez's name. I mean, he'd been there for a couple of weeks and he didn't know Hannah's name when he was interviewed by the police. I think he just called Hall. I think he just called him Halls, but you don't even really know these people's names. That's how unfamiliar you are with them. They give you a gun and say, cold gun, pointed at your own head and pull the trigger. Are you going to do it? Are you going to trust them? Or are you going to go, wait a minute, I think I'm going to check this myself? What do they say? They give you this gun. They say, point it at your loved one, your mother, father, child, whatever, your husband, wife, and pull the trigger. Are you going to do it? I can't imagine anybody would say, yes, I'm going to do it. So those are the charges against Baldwin. And not loading the gun. Someone's, as Morrissey said when she was still a good lawyer on this case, someone was already tried and convicted for bringing the ammunition on the set. Someone else was already tried and convicted for not maintaining safety on the set. Well, not tried. Hall's made a plea deal. Alec Baldwin was specifically charged with taking a known live, real, functioning, capable of shooting live bullets gun, which is inherently dangerous. It's an inherently dangerous item because it can kill people. And pointing this inherently dangerous gun that can kill people at a person and pulling the trigger without checking it, without doing the safety checks he himself should do, knowing without due care and circumspection is part of the standard. He didn't think about it, and he didn't exercise a duty of care before he just took someone's word for it. That's kind of what the charges center around. And also, mystery singer, if I were a judge in appellate court, I'd say regardless of any new evidence, Hannah did not check the bullets. She admitted in police interviews, I usually check bullets. Yeah, and she said she thought she checked these and whatnot. So and it would be this. See, this is the thing on the if it's never mind. I think Hannah and Alex should I think Hannah and Alex should be in jail. I think they should both be convicted for their particular roles in things. But all right, let's get to his really brutal cross-examination of her. He is not soft and gentle with her.
Can I ask a few questions, Ron? When you took over this case, the investigator handling the case, Mr. Schilling, left the case, correct?
At my request, yes.
The paralegal that was handling this case with you left the case, Mr. Tad?
At my request, yes.
Well, the first prosecutor that was working with you on this case, you selected, correct?
I did.
And he resigned too?
I wouldn't say that he resigned, no.
Okay. He didn't stay on the case for the Alec Baldwin trial, correct?
No, and he indicated that was because he represented a labor union, that's a national labor union, and
yeah, basically she fired two people and one resigned, but he didn't resign, he quit. Let's not quibble over the words. The first prosecutor she appointed either resigned or quit. In either way, they voluntarily left the case.
he was not expecting the trial to be set so quickly. He wasn't expecting it to be set in July. So when he realized that the trial was going to be set in July, he was going to be in collective bargaining agreements for his national labor union, and he wasn't going to be able to have enough time.
Erlinda Johnson, the next prosecutor selected, resigned from the case today.
She did.
And that was a what moment? And it was such a what the hell just happened moment that I didn't really pick up on that for about 3 or 4 minutes. It took about 3 or 4 minutes, if I recall correctly, for that to sink in, that the other prosecutor, Johnson, she walked out at lunch. She's like, I'm done. I am done with this. She saw the writing on the wall and got out. And because of what Morrissey says next, Johnson went on Cuomo's show and gave a full interview of why she really quit the case.
Based in part on the conduct we're here discussing, correct?
I believe that Ms. Johnson has Ms. Johnson didn't want there, my understanding is that she didn't agree with the decision to have a public hearing.
On July 1st in this matter, you served a certificate of compliance with 5501, correct?
I did.
And you've never turned over the report or any of the evidence that we're talking about here at this hearing, correct?
Let's take it one at a time. I did not turn over the report. I didn't have a copy of the report. The rounds that were left at the Sheriff's Department by Troy Teskey, I have absolutely no reason to believe that they are relevant to the incident that took place on the set of Rust. These are rounds that were in the possession of Bell Reed and never left the state of Arizona.
You also did not allow the defense to view that evidence at any point during our request to review evidence in this case.
I had never seen it, and I didn't realize that it wasn't under the same case number because I'm not a law enforcement officer and I don't work at the Sheriff's Department, but you are right.
And you concede that they are Starline Brass Silver 45, right?
I can. And this is the best evidence against Hannah Gutierrez.
Yeah, you've said that a couple of times. Any favorable evidence you understand as a prosecutor has to be turned over to the defense, correct?
I do.
Any evidence that could be used as a defense to potentially be favorable has to be turned over to the defense.
Absolutely.
So the third Hague report that never got turned over to the defense, you understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to
You understood it was Brady evidence. Yes. So all this discussion of whether it's Brady or evidence
report that never got turned over to the defense.
This report about what's going on never got turned over. Whether any discussion of whether or not it's Brady evidence can go away now because she said she recognized it and understands and knows it was Brady evidence. And you didn't turn it over. And her answer is, well, but let me explain why I didn't turn it over. And she does a really bad job of explaining why she didn't turn it over. But she knows and admits it's Brady evidence.
You understand that that's Brady evidence?
I did, yes.
Okay. And you also failed to turn that over in this case as well, correct?
And let me give you a full answer to your question.
Yep, she
When the
bugged out
second
at
Hague report
lunch.
came in, and I provided all of this to the defense. I sent it to the person who is managing the discovery server and asked them to upload it. It wasn't until I realized during pretrial interviews that it wasn't there that there was a problem with it. So I then attempted to figure out what the problem was, and it was indicated to me that it appeared that the former paralegal who was working for the special prosecutor had removed it. So we then immediately provided it. Then during
That's saying yes. Okay, so
the pretrial interview of
he's even yawning at her. This is a very, very long way of saying yes. I totally screwed up. I totally committed a Brady violation, and now I'm trying to explain my way out of it.
Mr. Hague, it was brought to my attention that the defense did not have the August 31st report that indicated that the gun functioned fine, perfectly fine, and that was provided immediately. I went back, I checked my email, I could see that I received it from Mr. Hague and failed to forward it on to be uploaded, and I provided it as soon as I was aware that you did not have it.
Oops.
The fact that nobody at the Hannah Gutierrez retrial cross-examined Mr. Hague about the report didn't clue you into the fact that nobody had the report?
Actually, it didn't, and I'd like to address that. The reason that
yeah, the fact that nobody mentioned it or cross-examined on it, doesn't that sort of show you that maybe they don't have it? Well, let me explain that part of it too.
it didn't clue me in is because Hannah Gutierrez's defense was that the gun worked perfectly. The defense in Hannah Gutierrez was never interested in any evidence that there was an issue with the gun, because if there was an issue with the gun, it damaged her case. So what you could see, if you watched the trial or saw any of the transcripts, the defense actually brought in their own expert to say that the gun worked perfectly. So they had no interest in that information.
And actually, you elicited testimony from Mr. Hague at that trial that was inconsistent, at least partially inconsistent, as the court's aware, with his third report, correct?
Tell me what you're referring to, and I'll answer your question.
Well, there was a whole hearing about this where you saw this, and you saw me go back and forth with Mr. Hague for 25 minutes, so I don't...
I agree, but I need to know what you're talking about for me to answer your question.
Okay, if you can't answer the question, you can't answer the question. I'll move on.
I'm happy to.
See, again, she's caught. Oh, yeah. you were asking questions and he was giving answers that were inconsistent with his report, right? And she's like, what are you talking about? The one we just did a couple of days ago for 25 minutes? When we were talking to him, that one, well, I need to know exactly what you're talking about. She didn't deny it. She obfuscated, she deflected, she tried to get around it. She didn't deny that there was inconsistencies between her questioning and answers and the testimony and the contents of the Hague weapons report.
Too, but
You say that the extent of the communications you have about the doc report, as you relate to the court, is that all you said in response was, great, do that? That's your testimony?
yeah, I assumed that it was going to be tied to the same case number. So I said, great, do it, file a report.
No follow-up questions?
No, because I had a picture of the ammunition that didn't match the ammunition from the set of rust.
No concerns in your mind when you got the case file and you turned it over to us that it wasn't included?
Absolutely not. There's a terabyte of discovery. I didn't know whether this 2-page police report had been provided.
You are supposed to see, this is the part that really, really pissed me off. There was over a terabyte of information. I don't know if it was in it or not. You are the prosecutor. You're the lead prosecutor. It is literally your job to know what you give to the other side. It is your job to make sure you have given them everything you have relating to the case that is discoverable. Saying there was a lot of stuff. I don't know if it was in there or not. That means you failed in your job as a prosecutor. This part really upset me. This idea that, well, there's just a lot of stuff, so I can't be expected to do my damn job. And I hate it.
In addition to that, I had no reason to believe, and still have no reason to believe, that those rounds have anything to do with these cases.
Fine, but let the defense make that decision for them. If you would have let them make that decision for themselves, you'd still be prosecuting this case on Monday.
As I asked you about Mr. Hague, yes, Ms. Popple testified you would agree with the testimony under oath was false.
What part of her testimony was false? And I'll answer.
Oh my God.
She said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on the set when you elicited that testimony.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay.
Oh my God, she is this. You're making it worse. She's literally making it worse. And what about Papa when she contradicted herself? Well, when did she do that? When did she lie? Well, here when she said nothing looked like it. No, not Papa. What's her face? I mean, just listen to this. When? What part? What part did she lie about? Oh, the part where he said they didn't look anything like them. Oh, well, yeah, and I agree, but I thought, yeah, that part. Now you just made him give you an example of her lying to you.
Yesterday, when Ms. Popple testified, you would agree with me that her testimony under oath was false.
What part of her testimony?
Just say yes. Just say yes, it was false. Now she's like, what part of it? Tell me. And he tells her, and she has to go, well, shit, now I have to explain it. And it's a really stupid, lame explanation.
It was false, and I'll answer.
That she said that these rounds don't look anything like the rounds on the set when you elicited that testimony.
I agree with you, and I didn't realize that there were rounds that looked like that.
It's okay. In any event, when the court, and you never tested those rounds either, correct?
Any of the rounds that came from Mr. Teskey? No, because they came in just a few months ago.
And the court asked you actually one question that I want to address, which is the court said to you, well, what's interesting to me, to be quite honest, is that yesterday you didn't even want to do a written reply. You wanted to just give an oral response. And what you said to the court was, I never saw these. I've never seen these. And I never saw the report. I have absolutely never seen these until this morning.
This is also really, really bad. I've never seen these. I know nothing. I know nothing about the reports of the ammunitions. I've never seen it before in my life. And it turns out she had.
Do you remember saying that to the court?
With regard to the 3 Starline brass, with regard to the 3 cartridges that appeared to be similar to rust, yes.
Well,
I never saw them until today.
Well, but you said also, I never saw the report, right?
I never did.
Right, but don't you think, given your duty of candor to this court, that that's awfully misleading to not tell the court at that point that you knew about this when it occurred long ago?
That I knew about what?
You knew that Mr. Teskey had turned in this evidence, that you knew that the report would have existed because you just told this court that the doc report was okayed by you.
Sure.
Don't you think it was misleading to this court to not just say at that point, just so you know, I know about this. I knew about this then. I was involved.
I did not intend to mislead the court.
But you did. See, it was first like, what do you mean? What do you mean? I never did. Oh, yeah, well, I didn't mean to do that. It's a huge, huge thing when you go from I didn't do it to I didn't mean to do it. It's a bad look. She's making it, every question he asks is making it worse and worse for her. Her being on this stand for whatever reason was a stupid, stupid idea.
My understanding of what was dropped off at the sheriff's department is on this computer screen, and it looks absolutely nothing like the live rounds from the set of arrest.
The truth of this matter is, you don't like Mr. Baldwin very much, do you?
You know,
and this part here is pretty dickish. This is him treating her like we used to do back in the old days when the dog peed on the floor, you rub the dog's nose in it a little bit, which we don't do anymore because there are much more effective training techniques. But this is what he's doing. He's rubbing her nose in it. She's like peed in the corner and he's just like rubbing her nose in it, saying, bad dog, bad dog.
that is absolutely untrue. I actually really appreciate Mr. Baldwin's movies. I really appreciated the acting that he did on Saturday Night Live, and I really appreciate his politics.
You told one of the witnesses who disagreed with you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall.
Did you say, well, watch Baldwin's head whip around on that one. I like that. She said, what?
With you during an interview that you thought Mr. Baldwin was a cocksucker.
I do not recall saying that. I know that that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust. I don't recall saying that.
Do you deny that under oath?
And this is the other thing. Oh, I don't recall saying that. And then he asks her, well, do you deny, or under oath, do you deny saying that? Do you deny calling Alec Baldwin a cocksucker under oath? And she gets really, really quiet for a really, really long time. She can't say, yes, I deny under oath I said that. She's thinking, oh, God, this is how F. Lee Bailey really, really nuked Mark Furman. Mark Furman said, I never said the N-word. I've never used that word in 10 years, and I would never use that word. And then he came back with recordings of him saying it at least 42 times. I better be very, very careful how I answer this question. So do this. Watch Alec Baldwin get whiplash when he hears that she may have called him a cocksucker, and listen to the length of this pause when he asks her under oath whether she denies saying that about Baldwin.
I do not recall saying that. I know that that was something that Mr. Baldwin would say on the set of Rust. I don't recall saying that.
Do you deny that under oath?
Without having more information?
That's a 4-second pause. That's a 4-second pause of her going, oh, shit, I can't lie under oath. I better think of something to say so I don't have to lie under oath.
Without having more information, I can tell you that I do not recall ever saying that. And if I did say it, I invite you to point it out to me.
You called him an arrogant prick to another witness.
To who? To what witness?
I'm asking you, did you call him an arrogant prick during the witness interview?
I don't believe I did. I don't recall.
Do you deny that?
Without knowing what you're talking about? All I can tell you is that I can't respond if I don't know what you're talking about.
And you said also to witnesses that you would teach him a lesson.
I never said to witnesses that I would teach him a lesson. Absolutely not. In fact, Mr. Spiro, I want to give a full response to your question.
She is so dead set, knowing that she never said, I'm going to teach him a lesson. She knows so much, and with all the conviction of her soul that she said, never said, I'll teach him a lesson, that she wants to give a good goddamn full and complete answer to that, but she can't remember if she called him a cocksucker or not. I think I would remember if I called Alec Baldwin that, probably more than I would remember if I said that I'm going to teach him a lesson. Maybe, but now, I mean, just say it. And then she launches into this.
That I would teach him a lesson. Absolutely not. In fact, Mr. Spiro, I want to give a full response to your question. I made every effort in this case to resolve this case with your client in a very favorable way for him.
All right, I'm going to move to strike this. It's not responsive.
It is
I don't
responsive.
want to talk about plea negotiations.
Yeah, and it's not responsive. So I have no further
All right,
questions.
do you have any follow-up testimony?
I want to say I have no recollection of calling him any of those names. I have invited the defendant to tell me what he's talking about, and he has declined. I want the court to take notice of that.
All right.
It doesn't matter
you.
at this
You may
point.
step down. All right, any other witnesses?
No, Your Honor.
All right, argument.
It's now that she's like, all right, you want 15 minutes each for your arguments? I'll give each side 15 minutes to argue why there should be a mistrial. I mean, and why the case should be dismissed, and I'll give you 15 minutes to say why you don't think the case should be dismissed. Not a mistrial. I misspoke. It's a motion to dismiss, and the guy who made the motion to dismiss is like, yeah, I don't even think we need to make a closing argument at this point. I don't think we need arguments from our side because you saw everything. You saw it was full of shit. You saw that they committed this horrific Brady violation, and you got to do what you got to do, Judge. And for some reason, she doesn't think there needs to be an argument.
15 minutes aside sufficient?
I don't even think that is necessary, frankly.
Do you want to make argument?
Further argument.
All right.
I don't think he decided further argument.
All right. So dismissal with prejudice is a very...
All right, before she gets into that, I think there was a couple of comments I started. Dina with the $10 all the way from up north in Seoul. Thanks, Jeff. Hot in Seoul. I haven't opened the door today. What is it? It's 3 p.m. here, and I haven't even opened a window because I've been doing this since I woke up. It looks hot and muggy out there. It rained a ton overnight, but thank you so much, Dina, up in Seoul, for giving us the weather up there. Appreciate that. Island Legal Vices, do you think Morrissey still believed the case was salvageable when she took the stand, or was she just offended at being painted as a liar and pulled a Fannie Willis? I think she was desperately hoping there was some way of salvaging the case. At this point, if you go and watch all of the other lawyers that covered this, and even some of the non-lawyers that covered this case, I haven't watched everybody, but down to a person, everyone. Well, I think even Andrew Branca was convinced, but I'll say that everybody knew at this point and before, they knew that this was done. And as soon as the judge said these words, the motion to dismiss with prejudice is very serious. We all went, yeah, it's happening. It's going down. It's over. Goose is cooked. So I think she was desperately trying, but she still had to know the judge already has this written up. But I do think she was offended at being painted as a liar. That's why she said, no, I got to go on the stand. They've said things about me. I know you don't want me to go there. I know you don't think it's necessary anymore, but I've got to talk about my involvement. Yeah, she was pissed, and she wanted to put it out there, and she just kind of made it worse. She just made it worse. That's all. She shouldn't have done it, but she did. And again, as we talked about a little bit earlier, the judge wrote this either at lunch or at the very latest on the break they just took. The 10-minute bathroom break they took. She either wrote this at lunchtime, in which case everything that happened after that really wasn't necessary. But I like to think she wrote it during the break, or started and finished. Either she started the motion and she left out the granted or denied and the reasoning, and then she just filled in the reasoning during the last break. It was already, her decision and order has already been written up at this point. It's written before Morrissey got on the stand. This was already written and signed by her, by the judge. It was just purely for show to let Morrissey go ahead and do this, as from the judge's point of view. Because this is a well-worded statement that she's reading. So it had to have been written before this point.
Very extreme sanction. And
It's a very extreme
case law
sanction.
is very clear that because it's very extreme, I have to go through every single element and I have to make a very good record as to why I'm seeing what I'm seeing. So in order to establish a Brady violation, the defendant must show that the prosecution suppressed evidence, the evidence was favorable to the accused, and the evidence was material to the defense. So let's go through the elements. Suppression of evidence. The definition of suppression of elements, this is Case versus Hatch, is while the first element requires proof that the prosecution suppressed or withheld the evidence in question, it does not require a finding of bad faith or any other culpable state of mind on the part of the prosecutor.
See, this is it doesn't matter why the evidence was suppressed. She's saying it was suppressed. They had evidence. Evidence was over here. Evidence didn't get over here. It doesn't matter why. It doesn't matter if they did it intentionally, accidentally, ignorantly, not knowingly, forgot about it. It matters not a whit why it didn't get from prosecutor to defense. Just it happening satisfies that requirement. Just the fact it never made the journey from prosecutor to defense is enough.
This prong is satisfied. The Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office and the prosecution failed to disclose the supplemental report to defense and provide defense an opportunity to inspect the rounds collected into evidence.
See, and that's the two things. They failed to allow them to inspect the rounds and the report. They didn't give the report.
Mr. Teske gave. Is the evidence favorable to the accused? The second Brady element is whether the suppressed evidence was favorable to the accused, either as impeachment or exculpatory evidence.
And see, that's the important thing we talked about earlier. When everybody thinks Brady, we just think, exculpatory evidence that would tend to show that the defendant is innocent. But there's also the impeachment factor, that the evidence could be used to impeach other witnesses.
This prong is satisfied. The suppressed evidence is favorable to the accused. It is impeachment evidence, has even been offered in this trial as impeachment evidence. And is
see, so the fact that it was exculpatory, she doesn't mention that right here. It's impeachment evidence.
Potentially exculpatory to the defense.
And potentially exculpatory. She's not saying it is exculpatory, so therefore it's a Brady violation. She's saying it's impeachment evidence, and it's going to impeach very, very important witnesses, namely the lead investigator. So she's saying it's impeachment evidence. And it would have been favorable to them to use as impeachment evidence. And it's potentially exculpatory. You take potentially exculpatory out, and it's still impeachment evidence.
Critically, the exculpatory value cannot be analyzed at such a late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material? While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different, discovery of evidence during trial requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. And
see, those are two things, again, that people are I don't want to say confusing, maybe perhaps misunderstanding. So they think it has to be exculpatory evidence, and it had to have been so material that it would change the outcome of the case. But that's not really accurate.
Defense. Critically, the exculpatory
value can't be analyzed.
A late juncture because of the non-disclosure. Is the evidence material?
Here's why it's material.
While post-trial discovery of evidence under Brady requires a reasonable probability that the result of the proceeding would have been different.
So it requires that there be a reasonable possibility that there would be a difference. And people are saying, well, how would it have been different? How would the outcome have been different? One, it doesn't have to be an absolute game changer. Just the probability was a game changer. But even if we take that out, even if we take out this part that says there should be a reasonable possibility that would come to a different solution, now there's still one more part.
Discovery of evidence during trial.
Which is what this is, discovery of evidence during a trial. What we just talked about was post-discovery evidence. Now, this is evidence that's discovered during the course of the trial, which is what we're talking about. The bullets, the new bullets, and the reports. This is evidence discovered during trial.
Requires an evaluation of whether the late tender has impeded the effective use of.
Does this coming to light in the middle of the trial, does this impede the defense from developing their defense from
evidence in such a way that it impacts the fundamental fairness of the proceedings.
and gets to a fundamental fairness issue, which she says it does.
And that is State versus Huerta Castro. This evidence is material. The late discovery of this evidence during trial has impeded the effective use of evidence in such a way that it has impacted the fundamental fairness of the proceedings. The defense is not in a position to test the state's theory as to the source of the live rounds that killed Ms. Hutchins. I'm also going to take a look at Harper, State versus Harper. The assessment of sanctions depends upon the extent of the government's culpability, weighed against the amount of prejudice to the state. Quoting Chenard. Let's go through culpability. Our case law generally provides that the refusal to comply with a district court's discovery order only rises to the level of exclusion or dismissal where the state's conduct is especially culpable, such as where evidence is unilaterally withheld by the state in bad faith, or all access to the evidence is precluded by state intransigence.
Where all access to the evidence is precluded by a state intransience. That's important too.
The state is highly culpable for its failure to provide this discovery to the defendant. The state unilaterally withheld the supplemental report. Santa Fe County Sheriff's Officer made the decision, and apparently also with the prosecutor, pursuant to Hancock's testimony, that the evidence was of no evidentiary value and failed to connect the evidence to the instant case. The case agent, as well as pursuant to Hancock's testimony, Ms. Morrissey, was aware of the new evidence and yet did not make an effort to disclose it to defense. The state's willful withholding.
That is devastating. Their prosecutor Morrissey knew about the existence of this and didn't make an effort to disclose it to the defense. They willfully, the judge has found they willfully withheld this information.
Holding of this information was intentional and deliberate. If this conduct does not rise to the level of bad faith, it certainly comes so near to bad faith as to show signs of scorching. Prejudice.
I like that. If you don't get burned from bad faith, you're going to get scorched. That's how close you are to bad faith. I like that phrasing.
When discovery has been produced late, prejudice does not accrue unless the evidence is material and the disclosure is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. The court concludes that this conduct is highly prejudicial to the defendant. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and this disclosure during the course of trial is so late that it undermines the defendant's preparation for trial. There is no...
And prejudice attaches. What that means at the point where it becomes prejudicial to dismiss the charges and you can't bring them, that's the moment the jury is sworn in. When you swear in the jury, that's when prejudice attaches. So all the shit that happens after is when you get the dismissal with prejudice.
For the court to right this wrong. Lesser sanctions under Harper. Trial courts possess broad discretionary authority to decide what sanction to impose when a discovery order is violated, State versus Lemire. The sanction of dismissal is the only warranted remedy. The jury has been sworn, jeopardy has attached, and a mistrial would not be based upon manifest necessity. Further, the sanction of dismissal is warranted in this case. The state has repeatedly made representations to defense and to the court.
And this is the first time you're seeing Alec Baldwin show real emotion. He's like, "Oh, thank God! All my stress is gone. I'm being set free." It's more emotion apparently than he showed for having shot a woman to death.
They were compliant with all their discovery obligations. Despite their repeated representations, they have continued to fail to disclose critical evidence to the defendant. Brady and Harper said,
"No, I don't think this was acting. This is genuinely, I got off emotions."
It's fine. Dismissal with prejudice is warranted. Court also has inherent power. Per State versus Lemire, where discovery violations inject needless delay into the proceedings, courts may impose meaningful sanctions to effectuate their inherent power and promote efficient judicial administration. The state's discovery violation has injected a needless, incurable delay into the instant jury trial. Dismissal with
a needless and incurable delay.
Prejudice is warranted to ensure the integrity of the judicial system and the efficient administration of justice. The motion to dismiss with prejudice is granted. Now, with respect to the jury, I don't imagine you all want to return on Monday. I will take care of the jury.
Thank you.
We are.
There we have it. And I like it. Okay, we sent the jury home for the day. You guys don't want to come back on Monday, I'm sure. So you guys just go home. Get out of my courtroom. Get out of my courtroom, and I'll take care of the jury. I'll release the jury, so you don't have to come back on Monday. Let's stack the dog here. Where's the stacking screen? There we go. The dog stacking screen. That's it, man. I also saw a video right after it happened that showed him throwing up. Yeah, well, he was bent over. I don't know if he actually threw up, but there was when he was the one where he's like doubled over talking on the phone. There was that. But then again, 2 or 3 hours later, a few hours later, he's sitting there talking to his wife on the phone, going, come on out anyway. Let's see, we got prepaid vacation plans. Come out and enjoy yourself. We can't get our money back, so let's go have a great time. Oh, she died? Oh, that sucks. All right, let's look through some chats here, shall we? The Amateur Iconoclast. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Baldwin should pay Hannah's legal bills since Bowles did more for Alec than for his own client. And vice versa. I think Spyro did more for Hannah's case than Hannah's own lawyer did for Hannah's case. So yeah, that sounds fair to me. I think that would be a fair approach. Duncan Idaho with the $5. In what situation would a Brady violation be found where the exculpatory potential wouldn't be critically late, thus unable to be accurately judged? Well, they have a discovery deadline that's usually well before trial, at least weeks, but mostly months. And it would be, something that comes to light maybe between the time, the evidence filing deadline, the evidence to turn over, the deadline to turn over all the documents is June 1st. And maybe on June 3rd or June 4th, you find, wait a minute, they didn't give us this. You get it. It wouldn't delay. It wouldn't be critically late. It would be a few days late. It wouldn't impact their ability to, that extra 3 or 4 days, 2 or 3 days wouldn't impact their ability to put on their defense. It would just be a minor inconvenience that would probably get you yelled at by the judge. But that would be about it. To my layperson ears, that seems like a logical weak point in the ruling. Also, YouTube censorship is so frustrating. Which would be a logical weak point in the ruling? Oh, you mean the super chat you just read? So yeah, I guess maybe that helped clear it up. Maybe, I guess. And what she's saying here is this came in during trial. They learned of this about 2 days before they're scheduled to put on their case. That's critically late. They learned about all of this stuff that could potentially be very, very damaging to the prosecution and very helpful to Baldwin. We don't know because they didn't get a chance to look at it, but it could have been. And they only get it 2 days before they're supposed to put their case on. No time to review it, no time to have the theories tested, no time to check out the veracity of things. So yeah, it's critically late. Do you think Morrissey still believes? Oh, we already read that one. Sorry. No, I don't. All right, people. Oh, we had an MG Law raid. MG Law raiders. Now what am I going to do? I was going to send people over to MG Law. We're just getting ready to wrap this up, and I was going to send people over to MG. Thanks, MG Law. Now what do I do? Where are we going to send you now, huh? Hang on while I find a new place to send people. I hate when things end at the same time. Thank you so much for the raid, and I was going to give you one too, but there you go. Hang on here. Don't go anywhere just yet. We still have to do a little bit of wrap up, but I'm pre-finding someone who's live and can be rated too. Let's go back. Customization. There we are again. Redirect. Not to him anymore. Flashcast. We can go watch Sean on Flashcast. I see no one doing anything live. I just see 1, 2, 3, 4 Mystery Science Theater 3000 channels that we can raid, but I can't show the sweaty balls from Saturday Night Live because Saturday Night Live is like perhaps, if not, they're in the running for being the tightest copyright cucks on the entire internet. It's a toss-up between Monty Python and Saturday Night Live. They are incredible copyright cucks. Like for the F at Friday stream, I showed 10 seconds of Monty Python about. No, I guess it was more than 10 seconds. It was like 1 or 2 minutes of the Twit of the Year award, and my entire 10-hour stream got demonetized, and I can't edit it because it was more than 6 hours. But anyway, where do we want to go? If anybody has anywhere else that's live that you think we should be directed to, let me know. Otherwise, I'm just going to release you into the wild in a moment here. But so what I wanted to do was step back and look at this from the 24-hour out point of view. So, okay, this is what we saw it live, and we were, everybody's head is kind of spinning. We're in the holy crap, is this happening? Oh my God, this is happening. But is it really happening? Yes, it's happening thing. But now we've had a little time to think about it, watch other streams, and kind of develop other ideas and see things we hadn't noticed before. So we had Sean and Danny on here to assist with going over this and looking at it and seeing it through hindsight. What were the clues? Where did it all start to go wrong? And I think we did a very good job of that, as we always do, because you chat are great. And this outcome is one that I as a content creator, or whatever the fuck that means, I like it because it's engaging. And chat, I've been loving your engaging conversation with this. Again, there's only been 1 or 2 idiots in the chat, as always. But so I mean, we have what do we have now? We've got 457 people. We had over 500 and some odd at one point, which I think is a big deal when we have other news like the assassination attempt on President Trump that happened earlier, but people were still here. What do you want, Strawberry? What are you doing? Photobomb. What's up? What are you looking at? What are you looking at, Strawberry snout. Strawberry teeth. Goddamn teeth. What's up? Stop it. Oh my Lord. But what, you dumbass. Strawberry, move. Daggy, moe. Daggy, Pikachu. My dogs are like bilingual illiterates, as Stephen Wright said. They don't understand 2 languages. All right. Let's put this back here. And as I was saying, oh, I forgot what I was saying. What was I saying? I was saying something about this wrapping up. I forgot. Redirect to Joe. He just started. All right, let's see if we can do that. Do we? Oh, yeah, we do. No, do we have a Joe? Let me reopen this here. Maybe Joe doesn't like me anymore. Joe. Good logic. It says upcoming, but all right. July 14th, 3:02. Okay. Well, we'll go over to Joe here in just a minute. All right, whatever the hell I was saying, I forgot because of Strawberry. But in closing, I was praising chat. Yes, we had a good discussion. It was a good discussion. There was only a couple of people that were trying to shit stir, but y'all, over 500 people had this good discussion going about the details of the case and whether it was right or whether it was wrong. And I hate this case, and I love the case for different reasons. I hate this case because the jury was robbed of their duty, their right to sit in judgment of their fellow man. The jury, we didn't get to hear what the jury thought about the merits of the case. We didn't get a justice-based we didn't get a guilty or not guilty verdict by a jury of the defendant's peers. We were robbed of that, and I hate it for that. I hate this outcome. I wanted it to go to a judgment, and I thought Morrissey was well on her way to a guilty verdict. as far as I was concerned, by the end of day 2, which included the first day of opening statements, so it was about the first day and a half. By the end of the first day and a half, I thought she already ticked off and proved every single one of the elements of the crime that he was accused of. And I think the rest was just icing on the cake. But we didn't get there. I think it should have gone to a jury verdict, and he should have been found guilty. So I hate that we were robbed of that. But I hate even more the fact that the prosecution did what they did in this case, and possibly in the Hannah case. But I hate that they did. I hate that they had this evidence and they didn't turn it over. I hate they violated their duty of disclosure. I hate that they violated their responsibility to give the defendant a fair trial. So I love the fact that the judge did what a judge is supposed to do. The judge ruled. She made a decision. She didn't pussy out like a lot of judges we see do. Go, well, I know it was really bad and it shouldn't have happened, but yeah, let's just go with it. Let's just see where it goes. She didn't do that. She did what she's supposed to do. She made a decision based on law. She made a decision that, as the old saying goes, it's better that 100 guilty people go free than one innocent person be convicted. She said that the constitutional, people say this is a technicality. He got off on a technicality. I hesitate to call the 5th and 6th Amendments to the United States Constitution a technicality. It's a pretty big fucking technicality. So some will say that it's a technicality, but it is what the 5th and 6th Amendments of the U.S. Constitution are there to provide and protect, to protect your right as a defendant. She protected the rights of every potential future defendant from state fuckery by saying, you did this. You violated your ethics duties. You violated your legal responsibilities. You did this. You robbed this person, whether they're guilty or not, of a fair trial, and I therefore have no choice but to find this case should be dismissed with prejudice. So kudos to the judge. I love the fact that she upheld the Constitution and made the correct ruling. It was absolutely the right thing for her to do to throw this out with prejudice. I hate that it got thrown out with prejudice, but that is 100% on the shoulders of Morrissey. 100% on the prosecution's side of the fence. This would have gone to a verdict, and I believe it would have had my personal belief is it would have been a guilty verdict. I don't know. I can't predict what jurors would do, but I would think it would be a guilty verdict. The fact we're not there is 100. It has nothing to do with whether Alec Baldwin did it or didn't do. That has nothing to do with the dismissal. It has everything to do with prosecutorial misconduct and potentially police misconduct. I guess that's my bottom line. I hate that we didn't get a verdict out of it. I hate what the prosecution did worse, and I love what the judge did. She absolutely should have done what she did. And all the anger you have at the judge for doing this, I believe, is misdirected. Swing that over to the prosecution. The prosecution should bear 100% of your anger, whether you're on the side of Alec Baldwin should have been acquitted, so therefore I'm angry he wasn't found factually innocent or not guilty, or if you happen to be on the side that he didn't get found guilty, so therefore I'm angry. 100% of your anger should be directed at the prosecutor. Plain and simple. That's my bottom line. Don't be mad at Baldwin. Don't be mad at the judge. Be mad at the prosecutor. I'm in law school, and the judge's explanation was better than any professor. Yeah, it was straightforward. It's simply based on prosecutor misconduct. They should have just said that. Well, that's what she said. You have to go through the legal elements of what this violation is, and it's a violation of the prosecutor's responsibility. So therefore, it's misconduct. You can't just say dismiss for prosecutorial misconduct. The law has requirements. They have elements. They have prongs of the tests, and you have to show your reason. You have to show your work. Basically, you can't just give the answer to the test. You have to show your work. Okay, this was one element of dismissal with prejudice. They got that. This is another element of dismissal with prejudice. They got that. And she just ticked off the list. The prosecutor will not be in her role for long. Just my opinion, your thoughts. Well, she's not a prosecutor. The original prosecutor was taken off the case. One of the main reasons was he was initially charged with the crimes, but the prosecutor said no, we're and dismissed the charges. We've dismissed the charges for shady reasons, and so then they brought in that was one amongst several reasons, but they brought in a special prosecutor, which was Morrissey. Morrissey is one of the top defense lawyers in the state, which is why at times she was sort of confusing her role as prosecutor with defense. It sounded like she was cross-examining her own witnesses at a lot of times, because she's by trade, she's a defense lawyer, and she's one of the good ones, which you'd think she would more understand the necessity for the prosecution to turn over stuff to the defense, when if she was on the defense side of this, she would be raging. But you're right. She's not going to be in her role as a prosecutor for long. And I doubt she's ever going to be called to be a special prosecutor again after this. And this is an embarrassment on her career. This is going to follow her. She's going to be a joke at bar association meetings, at lunches with other lawyers. When something goes wrong in a case, they're going to be saying, the defendant got Morrissey'd, or the prosecution got Morrissey'd. She's going to be the butt of jokes for the rest of her career and possibly beyond. I stand corrected. She was not very impressive in the role. I thought she was brilliant and genius, and I really, really loved her until this came out. And then, boom, done. All right. That's kind of it. I guess we're going to go over to Good Logic Joe and see what he's talking about. I bet it has something to do with President Trump. All right, we are set to go. And there's Yoda. Goodbye, Yoda. Yoda's sleeping. And Strawberry down here is a little bit too close, but there's some Strawberry. You can say goodbye to Strawberry's teeth. The jacked up teeth in Strawberry's noggin. Oh, there you go. All right, that's it, folks. We're going to shut it down and go on over to Joe over at Good Logic. Let him know that it's a Legal Vices raid. He doesn't pay attention to his chat much, but maybe he'll see it, maybe he won't. But just go over there and enjoy him and see what he's doing. Ladies, gentlemen, people, thank you so very much for being here. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the super chats, the monthly membership chats. Thank you for this, the everything, just all the support, the super chats, everything. And thank you just for being here in chat and hanging out with me. Come back on Monday. I'm setting up a panel discussion of people, a few people that covered this trial, and everybody give their thoughts and views. So Monday will probably be the last Baldwin we do. Then we got some catching up to do on the Karen Reed trial. We've got some catching up to do on Laura Owens and Eckerd. We've got some catching up to do on What the Hales. So Monday will be more Baldwin. Then we'll probably do Karen Reed. Then we'll start working our way through the stuff that's been backlogged. All right, peeps, thank you so much. We'll see you on Monday. Have a blessed, wonderful, amazing weekend, and go tell Joe hi. Thank you, guys. Peace. Oot. Goodbye from Strawberry and Yoda. I'm out.